Wet roads today, but white roads by tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow afternoon, everything improves. It refreezes at night. Saturday, cold, and then we get the sun in the afternoon. 46 should be fine. Once we get past Saturday, we're home free in the 40s and low 50s.
Thanks, Evan. In general, again, not a lot of folks out and about on the roadways. That was kind of expected. And there haven't been a lot of incidents that have popped up that have been major in nature so far. I want to spend a little bit of time discussing some closures, though you won't see any markers on the map. For folks that utilize I-35W and are used to using the express lanes, it's not going to be available. Not only there, but any express lane is closed and will be until all the winter weather passes and temperatures get above freezing. Probably Friday afternoon would be when we would see that open up. So another example would be 183 in the express lanes that go from Haltom City and North Richland Hills over through the mid-cities to the south end of the airport and continue over into Irving and over in Dallas County. We won't have any express lanes open on any of the other major roadways, which would include trying to make the Loop 12 transition from 183, the I-35 express lanes coming up from the Highway 67 merge. For folks trying to utilize I-30 and the express lanes coming from the area in Grand Prairie and Arlington. All of that's closed off. I-30 at Jim Miller, HOV lane not open there. LBJ Express lanes between 75 and I-35E, again, all blocked off out of an abundance of caution. As far as the drive times are concerned, up north of the areas that we've just looked at, 75 Central Expressway, for example, heading from the McKinney area and continuing down towards Dallas County, that's running well. I-35E, trouble-free in Denton County so far.
Welcome back. It is 6:20. California firefighters really struggling still to contain what has turned into deadly, fast-moving fires. So many of them. 5 fires have spanned across Los Angeles County. At least 5 lives have been lost. Thousands of homes and businesses destroyed. These wind-fueled infernos forced more than 100,000 people to evacuate with very little warning. That caused panic, it caused gridlock, chaos, restricted access for first responders. Now experts are working on developing some new technology to detect and hopefully prevent future fires like these.
We not only are able to plot the location of the fires on the map, but using satellite imagery are also able to show our users where potential hotspots are burning.
Hopefully we can definitely learn from this. President Biden has declared the wildfires a federal disaster, trying to get more aid to the state. In fact, they're already starting to use some of that aid. Crews continuing to work to contain the flames.
Christian Relief Services of Grand Prairie is stepping forward to help in the fight against those Southern California fires. Teams from the nonprofit loaded up trucks at the World Vision warehouse. The supplies included bottles of water, food, blankets, hygiene kits, as well as toys for children. Hundreds of thousands of customers affected by the wildfires in Los Angeles County are still without power. Stay with us. Good day. We'll be right back.
Well, for the kids that do have to go to school, I think there's still some that are open, but I think we are looking at a sleety mix this morning. Primarily sleet, some raindrops. Maybe you get lucky, see a couple of snowflakes in them, especially areas north of the Metroplex, but mostly this sleety mix with temperatures just at or above freezing. Roads will be wet, and that's the way it's going to be this afternoon, except more of a rainy mix, predominantly rain here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but there could always be some extra stuff mixed in, especially as you go up to the north. And eventually tonight, if you want the snow, because you got a snow day today, you will get to see it tomorrow morning, where we actually do have something white on the ground.
Right.
You have something wet on the ground.
Yeah, so again, in Parker County, just using this shot again as an example, you need to be aware that the road conditions have definitely changed.
It's wet now.
And it's wet, right. So just treat it like you're in a regular rainstorm. Make sure you have extra space between you and the vehicles around you. Just because it's not ice doesn't mean you can't lose control on slick roadways. For folks right now in other areas, we haven't seen any big problems so far. Northbound 360 here around the Six Flags Drive interchange. Southbound flow just fine. Not a lot of folks out and about, and we've been mentioning that. Fewer than normal as far as the number of people out and about. Here's I-35E around Walnut Hill, just north of the Loop 12 merge. Roadway still dry in this area with no concerns there either. Lauren?
All right. Thank you so much. U.S. longshoremen tentatively agreeing on a new contract with ports and shipping companies, hoping to avoid a potential strike. Back in October, the 45,000 longshoremen staged a 3-day strike. Remember that? They went back to work after agreeing to a pay increase, though. Union was concerned the machines would replace humans. Economists say a strike would have shut down ports along the East Coast and Gulf Coasts, badly damaging the U.S. economy. Workers must still approve the deal.
It's 6:26. Coming up on Good Day, schools across North Texas are closed today as the winter storm hits this area. We're going to tell you which districts are closed for the rest of the week.
All right, wintry mix, here it comes. Yep, Evan's in. He's timing it out. He says right now, even though it looks like a lot of snow there in that blue, it's more of a wintry mix, a lot of sleet. He's got all the details as we move through this day together.
It's 6:30 a.m. You're watching Good Day, live and local on Fox 4.
All right, welcome back. It is time to head things over to Evan because he's the star of the show today.
We need your info, Evan.
Yeah.
The info, well, the good thing is the info hasn't changed at all. I mean, whatever you've been hearing and thinking, at least from watching Fox 4 from yesterday morning, yesterday night, hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is that the storm is now here. It's first getting here. Hasn't started doing much in Dallas yet. It is just about to I-35W. The wintry mix is going to take over. It's primarily sleet, but it is a mix. So there's going to be some rain, and there's also going to be some snowflakes mixed in with it. It does depend on your location. The farther north you live, the more likely it is you'll see snow and sleet mix. The more south you live, the more likely it is towards the rain side. Temperatures, though, are going to be at or just above freezing, 32, 33, 34. Roads are likely going to be just wet. You always have to watch out for a slick spot. But tonight is when we get the snow part, and it's going to take a while. It's not going to happen at sunset. For most of us, it'll take till the later evening hours, but it will snow overnight. Accumulations will be especially on the grass and the cars. Roads may get slick. They're not going to get as much snow as you'll see on the grass. Winter storm warning is for the same areas as the Weather Service had last night. Metroplex north and east, south and west it would be less. And as you look at the radar, you saw the colors, but I also want you to look at the temperatures. While it does drop, the air is initially dry. Mineral well is a good indicator of what's going to happen. It may drop to 32 or 33 degrees when it starts precipitating. Then it'll just sit there all day. So the 36 is the high for the day right now. But all this stuff moving in, all the colors, basically a sleety mix. The colors are predominantly just trying to show what the #1 particle is. Purple is sleet. There's green, obviously rain. White is going to be the snowy part. It's all moving in, and there's a ton back to the west. So for those of you thinking that we're going to have a sunny day and those weather folks are always wrong, no, we're going to get this one. This one's coming in and it's flying in. It is going to be near 100% coverage today. Once it starts, it's going to keep going. The wintry mix is sleety this morning. More rain this afternoon. It may end up just being 33-degree rain this afternoon. Roads will be wet, and then tonight it changes to snow, and it will be snowy overnight, and it should come to end just before sunrise tomorrow. So there's going to be snow on the ground for the kids to play with tomorrow, not today. Kids that got a snow day get to play in the mud today. 2 to 4 inches Metroplex north, a little less south, and the highest numbers where the roads could be an issue would be Collin, Denton, Hunt counties up to the Red River. But the temperatures today stuck around 33 once everything starts up. So if you have to go to work today and you're sitting there going, ooh, did I make a bad choice? I don't think you made a bad choice today, Chip. I mean, if you can get out now, it hasn't even really done much yet. But this afternoon when you come home, it's just going to be wet and cold.
Yes. So again, I think folks can handle it. We'll see how it goes throughout the day. Out west right now, again, all highways that you can think of are obviously wet, but that's about it. Driving right now in areas around I-30 and 360. Two things to note. Number one, I just watched some crews move through the area, treating the roadways, and at the same time found a crash eastbound on I-30, and the left side of the roadway is now blocked with emergency crews on the scene. So please note that. As you look at that camera shot, you see the main lanes, and then you see the walled off lanes there in the middle. That would normally be the express lanes. They're not going to be open in this area. In fact, all express lanes are not going to be available no matter where you are in the DFW area until all of the storms have passed through and we get above freezing. So we're talking Friday afternoon would be a good guess on that front. So please, again, remember that, because all of the roadways are going to be a little bit heavier than normal. And a great example would be Highway 183 moving through the mid-cities, or 635 LBJ between 75 Central and I-35E. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. Well, yeah, that winter storm is headed into North Texas, and schools across the Metroplex have canceled class for the week.
Yes, Peyton May live in Collin County with an update on the conditions there. How's it looking? I'm guessing chilly.
Yes, Lauren, you have got that exactly right. I don't know if my scarf and the hat gave it away, maybe the gloves and heat warmers, but we're sitting at around 30 degrees here in McKinney, and this part of Collin County has not seen any precipitation yet, but it doesn't seem like everyone is taking the snow day. As you can see behind me here, the traffic is really flowing on 75. It's getting pretty busy here, but right now there aren't too many issues that we could see as of yet. Really no precipitation. There isn't really anything to be too concerned about over here. But of course, once that precipitation falls, these bridges and overpasses that you're seeing, they could get very slick. These are the spots that you're going to want to be very careful and cautious at. While parents may still be out and about driving today, many students will be able to stay home. School closures for today and tomorrow include the two largest districts, Dallas and Fort Worth ISDs. DISD Superintendent Stephanie Elizalde says she has been monitoring the forecast and spoke with the National Weather Service, county and city officials before making the final call.
Many of my colleagues, we collaborate, we communicate with surrounding school districts, and so all of us have different contexts, but we're all wanting to accomplish the same thing.
Some districts here in Collin County are only closed for today. McKinney and Plano ISDs are still waiting to make the cancellation call for tomorrow. Now, for an updated list of delays and cancellations across the metro, you could head to our website, fox4news.com. Reporting live in McKinney, Peyton May for Good Day.
Yeah, some of the school districts got really creative in announcing the school closures, Peyton, and I've posted some on my Facebook. Brock ISD, Little Elm ISD, shout out to them, really cool.
A whole little video out of it.
Yeah, making it fun.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You know, you got to be careful out there, though. And here's the thing, the storm hasn't even arrived yet, as you saw with Evan. It's like knocking on the door. But it is already impacting flights at DFW Airport and Dallas Love Field. In fact, our airports have the most flight cancellations anywhere, like in the whole U.S. right now. At DFW, more than 40% of flights in and out of the airport are canceled. And then you got Love Field. There's more than 200 flights. They're canceled. That's more than 40% of the scheduled flights at that airport. And as the sleet, as the rain, as the snow moves in, this is going to snowball, if you will. And likely we're going to see even more cancellations or delays. Travelers really being encouraged just to check their flight status. If your flight is leaving, get to the airport early because you never know what is to come.
Yeah, DART is extending its hours at transit centers to provide a warm and safe place for passengers to stay during this winter storm. The stations will open from 5 in the morning until 9 p.m. The transit company is working to maintain its operations and support riders through the wintry weather. DART officials are warning riders to expect delays during their travel process. It is 6:37. Coming up, thousands are expected to gather today to bid a final farewell to former President Jimmy Carter. We'll have a preview of his memorial service ahead. Welcome back. It is a national day of mourning for former President Jimmy Carter, who will be laid to rest today. His state funeral is today at the Washington National Cathedral. President Biden is expected to deliver the eulogy. After the service, Carter's body will be taken back to his hometown in Plains, Georgia, for a private funeral. He'll then be buried next to his wife, Rosalind. The funeral service starts at 9. You can watch it on our sister station, KDFI More 27. It will also be streamed on our website, fox4news.com.
All right, it is 6:41.
All right, straight ahead. You'll need to stay weather aware as a winter storm is making its way into our area. Evan's here. He's going to tell us what to expect for the rest of the work week.
UT, Ohio State gearing up for the Cotton Bowl Classic at AT&T Stadium. Details on the final preparations. They say this cold weather's not going to slow things down there.
Quick review here. Winter storm warning. Nothing's changed since last night, which means nothing's gotten worse in the forecast. It's exactly the same as you thought it would be, or at least we think it's going to be. And it is just a forecast. You never know when it's going to be right or not until it's over. Once it's over, then you go, okay, it was right, it was wrong. What we are seeing coming in this morning is sleet. I know this shows you all these different colors across the area. I've gotten reports from folks, and I thank everybody that's either messaged on Facebook or Twitter or texted us or messaged us and sent emails. But there's some snow up here in the north. Bridgeport reported a little bit of light snow that changed over to sleet. Maybe up towards the Red River it is actually snow. And here in the Metroplex, I want you to look at the temperatures. Let me get out of the way because eastern folks count too. It's 34, 35, 36 ahead of the storm. Now, once it comes in, what's happening here is the air is reasonably dry, which is why even though it's showing stuff, it's not doing much. The air is dry, so it drops, and that's what it'll level out at. I think we're going to be 32, 33 degrees almost all day today, and you're like, ooh, do I have to worry about that? And the answer is no, because we're going to see at 32, 33 degrees, the roads are generally just going to be wet. You've got sleet coming in right now, which is your purple here. Radar has an algorithm. It looks at the particles and says, okay, I think it's sleet, I think it's snow, I think it's rain. And in this case, it can't really tell the difference. That's why people sometimes have to report it to us. But the way the atmosphere is shaping up, there is a layer of very warm air at about 5,000 feet, and then some colder air under it where it could freeze. So basically, rain freezes into a ball and then drops out of the sky. When it's 33 degrees, it just melts when it hits the ground. If it was 23 degrees, we'd be very concerned for freezing rain and icy roads. I'm not seeing that today. So this sleety mix, which is the best way to say it, is this morning. The afternoon will tend to be more rain with a little sleet mixed in. It's just going to be a wet, cold, miserable day. If it's going to snow at all and stay around, it's going to be on the Red River or out to the northwest. That's today. This evening, it is still rain. There's a lot of warm air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. I say warm, 37, 38 degrees, falling to around 33 at the surface. That's all rain. That's the way it shakes out, even past sunset. However, you get past 7, 8 o'clock tonight, it all turns over to snow. And by late night, especially 9, 10, 11 o'clock and midnight, it's going to be moderate to heavy snow across the area. The snow that you were hoping and expecting, it is coming. It's not till tonight. And that's when the roads could really get a little rough late tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, it should be gone just around sunrise. And after sunrise, it'll be pushing all east, and then it'll be over pretty quickly. However, the highest accumulations are going to be where it's just about a degree colder, north and east of the Metroplex. But most folks should get snow, except if you live in our southeastern counties. By the time it's all over, still looking for about maybe 2 to 4 inches on the grass. Because of all the rain ahead of it, the first couple of inches of snow that falls is just going to be liquid on the roads. And then maybe it gets slushy by morning. So if there's going to be problems on the roads in the morning, especially where you get the heavier snow, that would be at north and northeast of the Metroplex. But we will at least be able to make some snowmen tomorrow for the kids that got off. For the ones that are off of school today, you're going to be looking out the window to rain for the most part. And it's going to be a wet day. Temperatures around 33 degrees all day, 33, 34. Our computers have a little bit too much warm air, but it's seeing the initial temperatures this morning. The point is, this is not an ice storm where it's 25 degrees outside and then we get really nervous. All we're seeing this morning is the moisture coming in. Initially a little bit colder up to the north where there could be some snowflakes, but in general, this pink area is going to be your sleety mix coming in. The moisture, the lift we've been tracking, it's all happening quickly. And as the air high above the ground just gets into the mid to upper 30s, it's warm. It doesn't sound warm, but it's warm enough to keep things more of this wintry mix here in the Metroplex versus a snow day. And then the snow comes in tonight. All the heavy snow moves into Arkansas tomorrow. They are going to get the heavy snow, Arkansas, Tennessee. We start to dry out pretty quickly. And after the morning, I think the afternoon will get above freezing. The roads will be wet. And after a very cold Saturday morning where we could have ice on the roads just because of anything that melts would refreeze, it should be a dry day with winds coming off the Rockies. Temperatures may even get back close to 50 that afternoon. But in terms of tomorrow and Saturday, the snow ends early tomorrow morning. Maybe it's snowing up to sunrise in some places, but it'll be done after that, but the roads will be slick. And then Saturday, icy spots in the morning just because we may see some melting. And there's also the possibility of freezing fog developing Saturday morning. That's not the most wonderful thing in the world either. 34 degrees today. It's a wintry, sleety mix, rain, wet roads. Tomorrow, snow tonight, and then tomorrow the snow's out of here early. By the afternoon, the clouds break enough to get us to 37. Not a warm day, not a fun day, but at least if you have to go anywhere, it'll be fine, like a cotton bowl or something like that. And then Saturday, after icy spots early, we're 46 in the afternoon, and then 48 Sunday will take us close to 50 most days next week.
Thanks, Evan. So what is this slushy mixture that Evan is talking about doing to the roadways? Obviously just simply getting it wet because of where the temperatures are. There's a look in Weatherford on I-20 around the Highway 171 interchange. And again, all points up to the north. And now Denton County, we are starting to see some of those roadways get wet as well. There is one incident we're keeping tabs on in Arlington where the roadways are dry. That's I-30 and the Highway 360 interchange where the left lane was blocked off. The good news is those crews just finished finished up cleaning that up and getting it out of there, and you can see the overall flow moving better in that spot. I want to remind everybody, all of the express lanes are not going to be usable, or any of the HOV lanes. So just working from west to east, I-35W, moving from the Alliance Airport down to I-30, won't be able to use the express lanes in either direction there. 183 and the North Loop, that whole combination of express lanes through that area, not usable. And I-30 obviously follows suit going from Tarrant to Dallas County. Up in Louisville, southbound I-35E, going from the north side of the Louisville Lake Bridge, will just have to be in the main lanes all the way down into Dallas County and beyond to the LBJ interchange, which is all part of that LBJ Express project. And again, Loop 12 would be thrown into that, and I-30 as well as I-35E on the south side of our viewing area all are closed off. Again, just please note that, and those will reopen after we get through this cold spell. Here, a look at some other drive times, including I-45 moving up from Wilmer Hutchins. Not bad so far. Good Day's back after this.
Welcome back. We've got live team coverage crews all over the North Texas area this morning. This is a live look from one of our drive cams. Paige Ellenberger out and about with the crew as well. And this is right off of I-30 in Arlington. They've been seeing a little bit of sleet out there right now. Roads look okay, though. You can see kind of on the sides where there's not as many cars. Maybe a little, you know, touch and go. Just take it easy out there. Leave early. That car turning just fine, but it's starting to move in. Chip and Evan are going to keep you updated all morning long, so stay with us right here on Fox 4. Just looks like some sleet right now in some spots. College football fans say the winter storm's not going to keep them from tomorrow's big Cotton Bowl Classic. City preparing for snow and ice on the roads around AT&T Stadium in Arlington. Texas Longhorns and the Ohio State Buckeyes arriving in North Texas yesterday Fans from both teams say they're prepared for the weather and for the game as well. Tomorrow night's game in Arlington kicks off at 6:30. We'll be right back.
Well, if you're sitting there in your PJs because you don't have to go to work or school and your dog's looking at you going, I gotta go. Go now, right now. Best time to go. Dallas on to the east. It hasn't started doing anything yet, but from Fort Worth on to the west and Denton, it's already starting to sleet. And as the morning goes on, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Basically, just a sleety, rainy mix. Temperatures around 33. It's going to be wet out there. And I would say if you could do something, it's going to be around the block. So Trixie's like, yeah, I'm one of those. Take me now, Tim. All right, let's go over to Chip. And thank you to Tim for the picture.
There's a look at I-35W and I-20. You can see the spray coming off the roadways. So now folks in Tarrant County are dealing with the same thing that we've seen out to the west in Parker County. Driving right now by the UNT campus. This is a pretty neat shot. Just kind of shows you some of the rainfall through that area, a sleet rain mix. And again, folks are handling the conditions well so far. But again, be careful if you're getting ready to head out and about. I believe we're going to shift gears for just a minute and do celebrity birthdays.
Well, we begin this morning with singer Dave Matthews of the Dave Matthews Band. He's got to be in his I'm going to say 60.
I'm not going to go quite that old, but I think you're on the right track. I'm going to say 57.
62.
58.
57 yesterday. My bad.
Singer A.J. McLean of the Backstreet Boys. So the Backstreet Boys
are back.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be 50.
When do they change their name to the Backstreet Geriatrics?
We're getting there.
Shippers, don't say that.
49?
I know, I'm older than that. 47.
47, way to go.
Okay.
Actor Imelda Staunton from Harry Potter movies and Vera Drake. Okay, I recognize her.
73.
Yeah, that sounds good. 70?
68.
69, we were so close. Happy birthday to them. Happy birthday to you. If it's your big day, you're watching Good Day.
Fox 4, the only local news at 7 a.m. This is Good Day.
A mix of wintry precipitation is moving into the area this morning. Evan's in. He's got a look at what we can expect.
Okay, a lot of school districts closed today. Some already decided, let's just go ahead and close Friday as well, all because of this winter storm.
Plus, more than 1,000 flights to and from DFW and Dallas Love Field are canceled today due to the winter weather. We'll have details in a live report. Good morning. It is Thursday, January 9th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbille. Thanks for being with us. Yes, school districts all over North Texas pretty much already canceled classes today. Some already saying, let's not do it
Just
Friday.
Close it out. Yeah. Among those that are closed today and tomorrow, Dallas ISD, Fort Worth ISD, Irving ISD, Garland, and Richardson ISDs. A full list of school closures can be found on our website, and we are scrolling closures, by the way, at the bottom of the screen. But everybody is looking at the center of their screen for Evan.
Here's the problem, though, because my kids went to bed last night, like I'm sure many kids, and thought, I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and there's going to be snow on the ground, and I'm going to put on my snow gear and I'm going to go out there sledding or build a snow. That's not how it's going to work today, guys. I know that's what you're hoping.
Y'all should be so happy I am not your superintendent. I would have sent you to school today, but only because the roads are going to be wet. I mean, it's a wet day. It's going to be a cold, wet day, but, you know, you better be safe than sorry. And as you there's our Fort Worth shot, and we're starting to see sleet come down. It's primarily sleet with a little bit of rain mixed in Fort Worth. But I will tell you, the winter storm warning is in effect, same place it was last night when Dan was on. So nothing's been changed or expanded or gotten worse. It includes the Metroplex, and yes, you're going to get your snow, but it's going to be tomorrow morning. This is a sleety mix with temperatures just above the freezing mark, or at the freezing mark. There are slick spots, especially north and northwest. I've had some reports out of Jacksboro and Bridgeport of more snowy, sleety mix. Here in the Metroplex, it's pretty much just sleet. The roads will be mainly wet this afternoon with more rain than anything, rain, sleet mix. Conditions will be worse, though, to the north. So it does really depend where you live. When we talk about this, we're talking about the more highly populated areas. Overnight is when the snow picks up, and it's not going to happen right away at sunset. It may take a few hours. Then the road conditions will deteriorate, and you'll get your snow cover tomorrow morning, mostly on the grass and the cars, but there will be some on the roads which will be slushy and snow covered. By the afternoon, if you're traveling tomorrow noon to afternoon, I think everything will be fine. Notice Fort Worth. It's 36 at DFW. This is the high of the day. But in Fort Worth, as the precipitation is coming down, the air is pretty dry at the surface initially. We'll hit about 32, 33, and then steady out. I think Mineral Wells is a pretty good idea of what's going to go on. You see Breckenridge at 33, Graham at 32, and it's been precipitating there for a while. So we're going to sit there all day. And you see what's come in. The purple is predominantly sleet. There is a little bit of snow up north of 380. So snow and sleet north of 380, Denton, Bridgeport, Decatur today. And then more sleet mixing with some rain here in the Metroplex. If you're lucky, you get a few snowflakes, but primarily rain and sleet down south. It turns into snow overnight. Not south and east, with the highest accumulations. It could be up to 4 to 6 inches as you go Denton, McKinney on north, even anywhere Collin, Denton, Hunt counties, and the Metroplex still going to see an accumulation. Could be primarily on the grass, though. The roads may end up being wet. So it's sleety this morning with the wintry mix. 33 degrees at noon, and primarily rain this afternoon, more of a rainy mix at 33. Once we get past the storm, though, we're home free headed into the weekend, although we have to watch for Saturday morning some icy spots. Speaking of spots, you're going to start to see more and more run into problems this morning.
This is the transition time where we're going from dry roadways to wet roadways where it can be ice-like, let's be honest.
I mean,
You
we
bring the
haven't had
oils-
much rain in the last several days,
Right.
so the roads could easily...
Yeah, oils come to the surface and you have issues. So right now in Dallas, one of the areas I'm always concerned about when the rain starts to move in would be going north around the LBJ interchange. And sure enough, about a minute and a half ago, crash happened. The emergency crews have pulled up into this area. I'm going to go through a series of camera shots just to try to give you a picture of what's going on. You can see a vehicle here. Most certainly has spun out and is sideways after smacking into the wall. And this is more of a higher mast camera shot to kind of show you that it's just north of the LBJ interchange in the two left lanes. Now, there are not a lot of folks out and about right now in that location, so it's not a huge time delay, but I feel like it serves as a reminder to us all that even though the temperatures are above freezing right now, you can still end up skidding out on these wet surfaces. Here's something else to take note of. All express lanes or HOV lanes are all blocked off. So 75 Central Expressway, which I don't have mapped out, for example, coming down from the McKinney area all the way down to LBJ, that's all blocked off. LBJ Express lanes, I-35E coming down from Denton County, all sealed off. The Loop 12, again, express lanes there. And you can just kind of see, again, all those express lanes that have marked off with those arrows, including 183 Express, are all sealed off, as is I-35W, moving from the Alliance Airport toward I-30. Again, not a lot of incidents out there, but please be careful if you do have to get out and about.
All right, Chip, thanks. We mentioned some of those school districts that are closed, more than 130 of them in our area. Canceled classes today due to this weather.
Yeah, superintendents really just didn't want to wait for this rain, sleet, snow mix. They just went ahead and called classes early. I think that helped a lot of parents who were trying to figure out what is going to happen tomorrow.
To the jubilation of many kids out there.
It's funny, I'm getting some video this morning. We can bring in Peyton May, who's live in McKinney, but I just got a video from a family in Richardson. And the kids woke up and they're like, snow, and they ran outside and there's not snow. They're seeing a little bit of sleet right now in Richardson, Mom says, but not the snow that they were hoping for. That may be to come, though. Peyton May live in McKinney with more. Hey there, Peyton.
You know, Lauren, I just had the same reaction to our photographer Noonie right now, because just within the last few minutes, exactly how Evan timed out, we've been seeing a little bit of sleet here. It's not snow. It's not enough for the snowman that we're all hoping to make a little bit later today. At least I'm hoping to make. But we are starting to see a little bit of sleet, which of course is going to transfer onto the highways. And even though most kids aren't in school, the highways are definitely busy. Here on 75, it's really been picking up within the last hour, I would say, as people are commuting to work. Now, the spots you really need to be cautious of include bridges and overpasses like the ones you're seeing here right now. Those could ice over once that precipitation falls. There could be some slick spots. As you could see, this sleet kind of wintry mix of freezing rain is starting to come down really within the last 5 minutes. We've had a change up on weather here. Now, school closures for today and tomorrow include the two largest districts, Dallas and Fort Worth ISD. DISD is home to more than 20,000 employees. The district superintendent, Stephanie Elizalde, says she and other North Texas superintendents made a collaborative decision Wednesday to cancel classes for the rest of the week. Some districts here in Collin County are only closed for today. McKinney and Plano ISDs are still waiting to make that cancellation call for tomorrow. Now, again, really within the last 5 minutes is when we started seeing that precipitation here in McKinney. We're kind of expecting that to ramp up, as Evan's been forecasting throughout the morning, but it's finally here. The wintry mix is finally here.
Yeah, and there's nothing like delivering that news in a fun, clever way. Yeah. And I guess, Peyton, there are several of these districts that are doing that, right?
I'm surprised. A lot of these districts, some of them had us laughing this morning when we were watching these videos about how they made the announcements.
I mean, the Forney ISD, they are just above and beyond. They're going above and beyond. If that was my principal, my superintendent, I would just be so much more excited because the effort that they put into that video.
So basically, he's on the phone, and everybody around him is like, pretending like they're throwing snow outside the window, and then someone
Yep.
comes and throws ice, as you just saw there on the ground.
Yeah, so let me check the sidewalk for ice.
Yes,
Yep.
so he feels
There it
like,
is.
oh, there's already snow outside. Oh, there's already ice on the ground. Okay, school's closed, guys, for the next couple of days. But the Forney ISD, Brock ISD, Little Elm ISD, Marymore Elementary, and Arlington ISD. I posted all of the videos on my Facebook because I even like the elementary school, they had every single teacher singing a song. Like, that takes a lot of work, and I'm kind of impressed.
Ice Baby is my favorite.
That one was cute too. Yeah,
Check that one out.
That one's posted. Very cute. Thanks for sharing, Peyton. Yeah, kids are excited. I think teachers are excited to have a couple days off as well. But the one thing is, this is having a lot of impact already on the airports. So that's where we're seeing some big issues.
That's where they're
already.
not excited.
No.
Yeah, no. And Dan Godwin is live at the big airport with the details. Dan.
Well, good morning, Brandon. Yeah, the sleet that we've been talking about this morning has been coming down here at DFW Airport for about 40 minutes. The numbers we are seeing as far as flight cancellations, and to a lesser extent delays, are really striking, especially when you compare them to the rest of the country. At last check, FlightAware is reporting 969 flight cancellations for DFW Airport, either incoming or outgoing. That's more than 60% of the national total. American Airlines is showing the most cancellations system-wide, more than 340. The Fort Worth-based carrier says it has issued a travel alert and has already contacted passengers to rebook. Dallas Love Field, meanwhile, reporting 211 cancellations so far. Those numbers mean DFW Airport leads the nation, of course, in cancellations, with Dallas Love Field in the second slot. And the airport in third place doesn't have anywhere close to those totals. Both DFW and Love Field say they have all the heavy equipment they'll need to keep their runways and taxiways clear, as well as adequate supplies of de-icer for planes if needed. One travel issue that is looming amidst all of this, the Cotton Bowl Classic, set for tomorrow night at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. If spectators haven't arrived to North Texas early, they may face some difficulties if they're looking to fly into the Metroplex today or tomorrow. Reporting live at DFW, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
All right, Dan, thanks. Yeah, for sure. Be patient and be safe out there today. It's 12 minutes after 7 o'clock.
Okay, so it's coming on through. We got sleet moving into some areas. This is kind of like the first round, Evans says, as we get through this morning and then through the day. And really, the snow is going to be this evening. He's got all the details ahead in his forecast.
After what feels like a week's worth of buildup, this storm is finally here. And a quick point that there is nothing worse, nothing's changed. Our southern counties haven't been expanded into the warning. The warning is still in the same places. And a winter storm warning in this case will be issued just because of the snow coming in for tonight. And it will be exiting early tomorrow morning. So if you're expecting to wake up to a winter wonderland and play in the snow today, kids, now your schools gave you a pretty good day off to play in the 33-degree rain and sleet. We are looking at this coming in. This is probably the best picture that shows it. You see the little drips there. Those are sleet pellets over in Stephenville. Now, when we say wintry mix, it is predominantly sleet at the beginning, but there's places where we've got some snow and others where we've got some rain. There's nothing going on at Cedar Creek Reservoir. It's about to start doing something in Dallas. It's on the doorstep. And Stephenville is 33 degrees. That's a pretty good key. It's been precipitating there for a couple of hours now, so the air is cooled down. And now that it's cooled down, that's probably the temperature it's going to settle at, around 32, 33 degrees this afternoon. It's far from warm. 33-degree rain is about as bad as it gets. It just goes right through you. So what we see on forewarned Doppler radar, a little bit of everything. And the radar beam, there's an algorithm there. The radar doesn't sit there and go, oh, there's sleet, there's snow, there's rain. There's an algorithm that looks at the size of the particle and some of the reports at the surface and says, okay, this is what we think it's doing. It's not snowing in Dallas, but we do have some reports of snow that are mixing in with the sleet up towards Decatur and Bridgeport. There's areas up here north of 380. You live north of 380 or near 380, you may get a little bit of snow. It won't be accumulating snow because it's 33 degrees out there, but at the same time, it may come out of the sky. So this is a lot of sleet. The purple indicates more of these sleet pellets, and I'll explain what that is in a second, but it's basically a raindrop that freezes on the way down. Now, if it's really cold, it would sit on the ground and be a problem. Instead, at 32, 33, that little ball of ice just melts as it moves down. More rain down to the south. So this is why we have a problem with the forecast. People are like, can you just tell me what it's going to do at my house? My house covers 100 square miles here, so it ranges from the really cold up north to, in the Metroplex, the little mixy thing, and then down south where it's more rain. I show you the dew points because our air is still pretty dry. Remember, the temperature is 36, dew point is 21. That's a lot of space between the two of them, so when it starts precipitating, it gets colder. We're seeing temperatures drop right around to 32, 33 out to the west where we have all this strong lift and everything building up. Again, the mix is headed to the Metroplex, more sleety, but as warmer air comes in high above the ground, for example, about 5,000 feet, we're running at around 36, 37 degrees. There's a layer under that that's in the 20s, so that liquid particle freezes into sleet. Some areas up north have more snow mixed in. Notice the temperatures, they're a little warmer down to the south as well. And the storm that we've been tracking still is sitting here. It's kind of a dual storm, one near El Paso, one in Mexico. That's the colder part that comes in tonight and turns it all over to snow. So tomorrow, the kids get what they were hoping for. And out to the west, these winds off of California are still producing winds coming from the mountains, and that's the Santa Ana winds. It's still not a good situation there. So the timing again, from 380 north, more snow. From the Metroplex, most of the Metroplex, we'll call it a sleety mix. At times there may be some snow flakes mixed in and raindrops. And this afternoon it will trend to more rain. So I think this afternoon is just going to be about 33-degree rain. The accumulations happen tonight. It's going to be after 8, 9, 10 o'clock as you get close to midnight. And the snow will come down overnight. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, there should be some snow in the grass and the car. The ground is always more questionable because it's going to be wet. So the first inch or a couple inches that falls will likely melt. And then up north, we could have the worst road conditions. So as we look at Futurecast today, again, we've got that mix over us through the day, 32, 33-degree temperatures, trending to more rain in the afternoon. It may just be a wet afternoon, really wet and cold. And then tonight, as we get past about 9, 10 o'clock, everything begins to transition over. We get the snow overnight. It gets out of here quickly right about sunrise. Tomorrow afternoon, some breaks in the clouds. So whatever is on the roads will turn to wet tomorrow. tomorrow and may ice over by Saturday morning. And a little freezing fog is possible as well on Saturday. Once it burns off, you'll have a nice Saturday afternoon. 7-day forecast, wintry mix today, snow tonight, especially as we get into the later night hours. Tomorrow, clouds break up enough that we get to 37. Not a warm day, really cold Saturday morning, and then 40s the weekend, near 50 next week.
All right, here we go. There are now quite a few incidents out and about on the roadway. Get this started here, and I am jumping onto screen now. Here we go. Now in Fort Worth, folks are handling the wet weather well, with the exception of one spot, and that would be moving from Fort Worth over into Arlington on I-30, going past East Chase Parkway toward Fielder Road. Crash initially scattered across the roadway. Don't know why this camera shot's not the right camera shot that I wanted to show you. I'm going to have to manually come back here and do this. There you go. There's the crash scattered across the roadway, and obviously the traffic is jamming up in this area coming over from the East Loop, continuing over to Highway 360. For folks over in Dallas, now not one but two crashes to be concerned about on northbound I-35E. One just happened where a vehicle smacked into the wall after skidding out, and the back appears to Loop 12. Then further north, you have the other incident that we mentioned just before the top of the hour at the 635 LBJ interchange with the vehicle facing the wrong way there. Two left lanes now officially blocked in that location. Roadways aren't that wet yet on southbound 75 Central Expressway, but that hasn't kept some folks from getting into a fracas as you move down through the Spring Creek Parkway interchange. Come on, camera, you can do it. Yeah, there we go. There's that activity in the right lane. Plenty of space to still slide by in the HOV lane and two left lanes, but obviously it's going to add a little bit of time coming down from Legacy and the Allen area. So again, these kind of incidents are popping up more and more frequently. Be careful if you're getting ready to go out and about.
Welcome back. 7:22. We got some sleet moving into, let's see, that looks like Fort Worth there. And yeah, that's Fort Worth. Dallas as well. Some snowflakes flying. Just got a report and some video in from Aubrey, Texas, where, yep, snow is coming down. So looks like most of us just seeing sleet right now. Sleet just kind of creeping into Dallas. So stay with us. We'll be following it all morning long. Global stock markets mixed overnight after the latest U.S. economic data eased investors' concerns. There was a report showing that the U.S. private sector employers actually slowed down hiring last month by more than expected. So that eased some concerns about inflation. Dow gained 0.25%, NASDAQ off nearly 0.1%, and the S&P 500 gaining almost 0.2%. Mixed on Wall Street, kind of like our weather this morning, right? 7:23. The roads are going to be wet. Yeah, most of us seeing some sleet. Here's a live look. Looks like they're not slowing down too much out there yet. But we do have some issues out there. We're going to check in with Chip. He's got the latest. We've got crews out and about all over North Texas. Stay with us. 7's got the forecast. 2 ahead. Welcome back. 726. We're at 36 degrees at the big airport, so above freezing. Now, we do have some areas up north, way up north, seeing some snow. Mostly sleet for North Texas right now, or rain, just flat out rain. So you can always tell when we have winter weather in our area, because we always send a reporter to the High Five in North Dallas. And if you don't know where the High Five is, that's where basically like all these highways come together.
Well, yeah,
and it's high up,
very high up. You can see a lot. You can see all the road conditions, and surveying the road conditions this morning, our own Shannon Murray. Good morning.
Good morning, and this is going to shock you, Brandon and Lauren. I am celebrating 9 years at Fox 4 this month, and this is my first time reporting from the High Five. I don't know how that's possible after all these years, but today is my day. It's a rite of passage if you're a reporter in DFW, because yeah, we're right over 75 Central Expressway right now, and then behind me you can see the on-ramp to get onto 635 West and East. So it's a great vantage point to be able to see some of those trouble spots. Right now, of course, traffic moving at a normal rate of speed, not a ton of traffic at this hour. A lot of people have the day off of work or school, but just a couple of minutes ago, sleet started coming down on us. And I know Lauren was saying 36 degrees over at the airport. It's actually 32 degrees where I am right now. So right at that freezing mark. So of course, we're going to start to see some more dangerous conditions if precipitation continues to come down. Our drive over here this morning was totally fine, but we know things are changing as this winter weather is moving into the area. I talked to Chip just before we left just to get a little bit of driving advice for people who are out there today or who need to get out on the roads. He said, first of all, check your car, check the tire pressure, check your fluid levels, check your batteries, make sure you're good to go before you travel anywhere. And then once you are on the road, don't get overconfident, because you might think things are fine or it's just a little wet, and you could still hit some slick spots depending where you are. And if you are on a bridge or an overpass or a ramp of any kind, that is, of course, the spot where we're going to warn you the most about. If you do start to slip on any ice or you hit a patch, turn into it. It's a little counterintuitive. You want to go the other way and overcorrect? No, turn into it. And don't hit your brakes too much. If you are on ice, you want to coast over the ice. So for those of us who aren't really accustomed to driving in those kinds of conditions, just a few pieces of advice for you. And we're going to be out here all morning checking on these conditions, looking at the roads here to see how it's going for drivers who are out and about today. But yeah, we've had just a little bit of precipitation. It just started. It is sleet. It doesn't feel like rain. It's a little thicker. So yeah, it's just cold. It's chilly. Bundle up and prepare. Stay warm and cozy inside if you can. Lauren and Brandon will send it back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah. It is almost 7:30.
Well, you can see the wintry mix on the radar this morning. You can see in some of the live shots. Evan looks at what we can expect for the rest of the day when we come back.
for you all morning long. This is Good Day on Fox 4.
All right, welcome back. And we are kind of just now starting to see some of this wintry weather that we've been talking about, that Evan's been talking about over the past couple of days. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. And the winter storm watch is now kicking in. And for most of us, this is going to be just the wintry mix as we go through the morning. I mean, Chip has been talking about some snowflakes up around 380. We've seen some snow up around Highway 380. Anybody, Denton, Decatur, Bridgeport North. Sleet is predominant in the Metroplex, though. I mean, so if you want the white stuff, you're going to have to wait till tomorrow, at least in the metro areas. But everything does depend on location. The farther south you are, the more it is rain. The farther north you are, the more there is snow. This is just the mix today. There's not going to be, we're not talking big accumulations or anything. Everything is above freezing or at freezing, so the roads are likely going to stay just wet. A couple of slick spots. Tonight is a different story. For the kids that want to play in the snow, you got a free snow day today. Now, tomorrow you really get the snow day because it will actually snow overnight. For most of us, we get accumulations, especially on the grass. May not be on the roads, but the roads could get rather slippery depending on how quickly it comes down. The winter storm warning does cover the Dallas-Fort Worth area north and east. Southern areas are in a winter weather advisory. And again, what's been happening as this precipitation comes in, the temperatures drop a little, but not a lot. They're down to about freezing as you get out here, and that's where we're probably going to sit. 32, 33 in the metro, like Fort Worth is 33. So we're going to be sitting at that number for a while. And as you look at the radar, I'm going to put up a couple of different images here. This is without color coding. All of the brighter colors you see, that's called bright banding, and that is up towards Mineral Wells, Bridgeport, Paradise, Decatur, Denton, and that's where some of the snowflakes have been in. But when you throw on the precipitation types, you just see all of this mess that comes in. The purple in the Metroplex is more sleety out of this. So as you look at the big picture, it's really just a whole mess of precipitation that's moving in. The highest chance to see some snow is up north. The Metroplex is going to be a wintry, sleety mix. And it'll be tending towards more rain in the afternoon, then changing to snow after about 9 o'clock, and then after 9, 10 o'clock, we get our snow accumulations. This is really just overnight into early Friday morning, and it's going to be 2 to 4 inches in the Metroplex, with the biggest numbers up to the north where the kids and the adults may be able to make an igloo or snow fort. 33 degrees pretty much all day today as the precipitation comes down. So for the majority of us, Chip, it is a cold rain with some sleet, and the roads are going to be wet.
I wanted to go up to the camera that I have that has at least streaming capabilities in the far northern part of our viewing area.
You've seen some snow up around 380. We get some snow.
Yeah, this would be between Sanger and Valley View.
So that's even farther north.
Right, and so let's go there first. This is going to be Chisholm Road, and you can see that at least in this area, some big flakes falling. But then you see the road conditions, and it's not creating an icy situation. A little bit south of there around the North Loop 288, exactly what Evan said was going to happen. The roadways are just simply wet, but the accumulation is starting to show along the service road areas there in the grassy medians, as well as on the shoulders of the roadway. So just again, be careful out and about on the roadways because again, all the surfaces are wet. Of the wrecks we've been keeping tabs on in Dallas, on northbound I-35E, just one remains, and that's the crash just north of the 635 LBJ interchange. That's a partially shrouded view of that crash. And again, the left lane is blocked off. There's a better view of it. We're waiting for a record to show up. All the earlier trouble around Walnut Hill is cleared out. Here's a crash on I-20 at Mountain Creek Parkway that serves as a reminder to us all. The wrecked vehicle was just taken away by a wrecker, but look at all the mangled guardrail here. You go too fast on these wet surfaces, you can still spin out and crash because of the oils that have come up to the surface. A reminder that in Tarrant County, one really rough spot. That's I-30. Moving past East Chase Parkway toward Fielder, where we have a wreck scattered across the roadway in just the center lane getting through. Lorna Brandon?
All right. Thank you very much. Snow coming down in some spots like Denton, Corinth area. Actually, some pretty big flakes.
Yeah.
But the sleet coming down in most areas, it seemed like, especially like in Tarrant County.
Lightly right now, yeah. We expect the sleet to turn to snow later today, and Paige is out there in Fort Worth with the latest. What's it looking like, Paige?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, it really hasn't been too bad. We really started seeing sleet on the west side of Arlington. We're now heading toward downtown Fort Worth. You can see the skyline as soon as we get through these overpasses. Not too bad, right? But like Chip mentioned, the roads are getting a little bit damp. You can start seeing that buildup. And I loved what Chip said in his last hit when he mentioned, even though this isn't iced over just yet, all of that moisture coming to the surface, oil coming to the surface, you can still spin out. I've actually had some people comment on my Facebook post earlier this morning saying, you know, we don't want to scare people in the DFW area. We just want to inform folks of kind of what's going on. And that's exactly what we're doing out on the roadways this morning, because this can be dangerous. And so even though right now we're not seeing as much rain or sleet come down, it has been on or off, but it can still cause problems. Right now, you may be able to see that sleet coming down just a little bit harder. There are certain spots. And as we head more west, you can definitely tell that it's picking up just a little bit faster. Some of these sleet pieces that are falling, I see now turning into snow. This is the first time that I've seen snow on our trip. We've taken I-30 the entire way from downtown Dallas all the way here to the Fort Worth area, and it really hasn't been too bad. We saw one accident in the Arlington area. I don't know if that was weather related. The weather wasn't that bad at that point, but just a reminder, this weather can be a little dangerous when you are out on the roadways. So if you are heading outside, maybe you need to get to work, maybe you need to take your kids to grandma's house and school is closed, whatever it may be, take a little bit of extra time and just go slow, be cautious, because these driving conditions are not ideal. Guys, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Yeah, and chances are as the day goes on, especially this evening, it's going to get a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Paige, thanks. It is 7:39. Coming up on Good Day, people who have plans to fly somewhere today, they're going to want to check their flight before they head to the airport. We'll have a look at the cancellations when we come back.
wet start to the morning for sure. Live look at the airport. Now, it's 36 degrees at the airport. I think that's important to point out. It's warm at the airport, so really just maybe some sleet, but mostly rain there. Other areas, like Little Elm I saw just now, some flakes.
Yeah, and even on a normal day, even that can be a problem. The winter weather, of course, causing a lot of cancellations at our airports this morning.
So Dan Godwin's tackling that this morning. He's live at DFW Airport, where there are so many cancellations. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, the number is really high, Lauren. Over the last few minutes, the sleet that had been falling turned to a sleet and snow mix, but I'd say now it's mostly sleet. Once again, you can see where it has started to accumulate on the grass here, but not the pavement. You know, we often advise everyone to call or to check your flight status ahead of time before you go to the airport, and that certainly applies for today and tomorrow. At last check, FlightAware is reporting 977 flight cancellations for DFW Airport. That's more than 60% of the national total. American Airlines is showing the most cancellations with more than 340 system-wide. The Fort Worth-based carrier says it's issued a travel alert and has already contacted passengers to rebook. Dallas Love Field, meanwhile, reporting 211 cancellations so far. DFW Airport today is leading the nation in canceled flights, with Dallas Love Field in the second slot. Both of our local airports say they have all the heavy equipment they'll need to keep their runways and taxiways clear should the need arise, as well as adequate supplies of de-icer for planes if needed. One travel issue that is looming amidst all of this, the Cotton Bowl Classic set for tomorrow night at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. If spectators haven't arrived in North Texas yet, they may well face some difficulties if they're trying to get here by air either today or tomorrow. Reporting live at the big airport, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
All right, Dan, thanks.
It is 7:44. We are watching the weather right now. I know it just started snowing in Little Elm. Just got a report of that. A lot of other people just seeing sleet, like Dan mentioned. There's kind of a mix moving through the area. This is going to impact roads in some spots as well. All of them are going to be wet. Evan has the forecast. Chip checks traffic next.
for the kids that want to see some snow in the Metroplex, tell mom and dad to take you in a car and drive up to Highway 380. That's where we're getting most of the snow reports. Right now, this is up in Lake Bridgeport, which is pretty much right on 380. And you go Paradise, Denton, Decatur, anybody north of these areas. Lauren reported a little bit in Little Elm. There's some big wet flakes out of this. I mean, this is not dry snow that you blow around. This is what we used to call in the Northeast, we used to call this packing snow. I mean, you can make good snowballs out of it, snowball fights. So the winter storm warning that is in effect, and at least in the Dallas and Fort Worth area, for all of you that got a quote-unquote snow day, you're not going to get snow today. You're going to get the snow tonight. So your snow day would be tomorrow morning. And I'd get out early because it'll probably start melting pretty quickly afterwards. But as we look at forewarned Doppler radar, a couple of things to point out here. Number one, temperatures ahead of this have all been about freezing or a little bit above as expected. If anything, that 36 is a little higher than I expected it to be. I figured we'd stay 33, 34. But as the precipitation is coming in, it's dropping to 31, 32, 33. Bridgeport's down to 31, so that's why we're getting a little bit of accumulation. But again, I'm going to show you radar right now in two different ways. This is the way the radar sees it. It tries to pick out the particles that are most numerous. The purple is sleet, and most of the reports we're getting in the Metroplex are sleet. It's more rain mixed with sleet down south. There's sleet mixed with some snow up north, but then you get up into Wise County, Denton County, and you get what's called bright banding on the radar. Bright banding means these bright colors. It's not like it's pouring and it's thundering. They're just bigger particles. And usually this is larger sleet particles, but it can also be some big snowflakes. It's more than likely we're seeing these big snowflakes up towards Runaway Bay and Decatur and Denton. So as I said, kind of 380 and north or west of the Mineral Wells area. So it's not in the Metroplex. And as we look at Futurecast, it's been pretty solid on that, just showing that the snowy part of the forecast is more up to the north in our northern counties. Metroplex is a sleety mix. In the afternoon, there's enough warm air that's going to move in. This may turn into a more of a rainy mix. It may be a 33-degree rain all afternoon. And if you want the snow, with the exception of going up north today, if you want the snow in the Metroplex, you're going to have to wait till overnight tonight. Models continue to push it back and back and back, more along the lines of 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, into the wee hours of the morning. And then by sunrise, it's pretty much moved out. For the most part. If it's not done at sunrise, it will be done shortly after. The highest accumulations tonight and today are going to be up north, where the air is just a little bit colder and it lasts a bit longer. Metroplex and north would stand the best chance for accumulating snow during the day today. During the night tonight, rather. There's nothing during the day today except what's falling up here. This is all falling during the overnight hours. And hour by hour today, as we look at the pictures out of Dallas, it is just a little sleety. The sleet will mix with some rain. Will probably drop to about 33 and sit there all day. 33 degrees, blah. It is not the nicest day in the world. So we had some cold, dry air in place, but now we're adding moisture and lift to it, which is helping to cool the air and produce all this precipitation. Again, more snow up north. More sleety mix here in the Metroplex, more rain down south. The reason we get the sleet, by the way, is because high above the ground at about 5,000 feet, you're running 36, 37 degrees. There's a layer under that that's in the 20s, so you get this little sleet, rain particle that the rain freezes into a ball. It drops out of the sky, and it becomes sleet as it moves on out. So we get this snow tonight. It could be moderate to heavy. Gets out of here tomorrow, moves towards Arkansas, and if anything, Tennessee might get some heavy snow. We dry out, and then on Saturday, we get less cold air and more sunshine in the forecast. After a very cold start, we should have a beautiful afternoon, and the next shot of cold air will miss us, so we'll start to moderate. But after today and tonight, tomorrow morning, there's snow on the roads, and the roads could be slick. And Saturday morning, there's the possibility anything that melts Friday afternoon may refreeze, so we could have some freezing fog Saturday morning. 7-day forecast, 34 degrees today. Wintry mix. We got all snow taking over tonight during the overnight hours. Should be out of here first thing in the morning. 37 degrees tomorrow, so whatever is white should melt in the afternoon. Saturday, very cold morning, icy spots. Then we take the 40s to around 50 into next week.
Evan, thank you. We have a couple of concerns that we've been keeping tabs on as far as incidents are concerned, and we've had some changes for the better in one of those spots, and that's going to be as one moves on I-30 around the interchange of East Chase Parkway. Though it is slow in that area, that incident has cleared in the last couple of minutes, and the traffic flow is beginning to move on all those main lanes. We're starting to finally see a change for the better regarding the incident on northbound I-35E just past LBJ, where we've had a series of crashes happen as the front has moved through with a vehicle spinning out. And in this case, you have a record that has now gotten to the scene, starting the process of getting that out of the way. And hopefully that will clear here soon in the next couple of minutes. For folks a little bit further north on I-35 up in the Denton area, again, all the roadways are showing snow on the shoulders of the roadway. An icy mix, if you will, but the roadways themselves are just simply wet, and folks are, again, handling it well with no concerns right now.
All right, good, Chip. Thanks. It is 7:54. Straight ahead, gearing up for action at AT&T Stadium as our wintry conditions continue. UT and Ohio State making final preparations for the Cotton Bowl Classic.
Comes the winter weather moving on through. This is sort of like the first round. This is the sleet, snow up north, sleet, snow mix, kind of rain for some later this evening.
More rain in that shot right there than
definitely.
snow.
Yes.
Yeah.
What will happen tomorrow? I don't know. College football fans say no matter what, this winter storm isn't going to keep them from tomorrow's Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic.
Yeah, the city is preparing for snow and ice on the roads around AT&T Stadium in Arlington. The Texas Longhorns and the Ohio State Buckeyes arrived in North Texas yesterday. Fans from both teams say they prepared for the weather and the game.
We made sure we had what we needed in case we got locked in or anything like that. You know, we were here, I think it was 2010.
This is pretty mild weather compared to what we have in Ohio. So, no, the weather won't be an issue.
Tomorrow night's game in Arlington kicks off at 6:30.
These people from Ohio are laughing at us.
I know.
They're like,
it's just snow.
The roads are just wet, guys.
I get that all the time up there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Couple
They're
minutes.
used to it. We're not.
No.
We are not. No, we have crews all and about driving out on the roads, checking out the roads. Evan and Chip standing by. 34 degrees right now at the big airport. Colder if you move on up north, and that's where they're seeing the snow. But just wet roads for most this morning. Stay with us. Good day. I'll be right back.
Killer taste, killer nutrition, Dave's Killer Bread, bread amplified.
Okay, here we go. Here's what the radar is showing right now. That's kind of telling the weather story this morning. A lot of us really seeing wintry precipitation. A lot of that blue is more like sleet right now, not necessarily snow. There are some flakes flying, though. Evan has the latest on what we can expect.
Yeah, and dozens of school districts are closed today due to this winter storm. We'll have all the details ahead.
The only local news at 8 a.m. Thanks for watching Good Day on Fox 4.
Well, good morning. It's Thursday, January 9th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. Thanks for being with us. Yes, some of us seeing snow this morning. It seems like the majority of us, though, seeing some sleet. But yeah. I tell you, when you see snow, you get pretty excited.
It is exciting. Viewer Tanika Harris shared this video with us of snow falling in the Denton, Corinth area. You can see some pretty big, those are like heavy big flakes falling there around about 7:15 or so in her backyard. And of course, Evan's been talking all morning, but more and more of us will start to see this snow.
Yeah, that's for the majority of us, at least the population centers in the Metroplex. That is going to be overnight tonight. But there's some this morning, especially up north of Highway 3. If you live, bye camera. Hi, camera. If you live up in north of Highway 380, that's where it is snow. And that just came in a couple of seconds ago from Justin, who's up in Sanger. He's up near Lake Ray Hubbard, so it's reasonably far north, but it is snowing and, yeah, it's accumulating up in our northern counties. Winter storm warning remains in effect most of the Metroplex north and east, so nothing has changed in the forecast. What you went to bed thinking last night is exactly the way we're thinking this morning. It is a sleety mix in the Metroplex. There are slick spots, but mainly up to the north and to the west, where we do have some snow. That's why we call it a wintry mix, because that mix can contain rain, like it's doing down south, or snow, like it's doing up north. Now, the roads are going to be mainly wet this afternoon. Conditions will be worse up north, but in the Metroplex, I expect like a 33-degree rain this afternoon. That changes to snow overnight tonight, but it's not going to happen right away. It may take several hours. It could happen after 10, 11 o'clock, and it'd be overnight. Road conditions would deteriorate, but the snow will have ended by sunrise tomorrow, and the roads may be slushy and snow-covered. The grass should have some snow in it, though. As we look this morning, precipitation coming in is dropping temperatures as expected. It's called evaporative cooling. So we started at 36 degrees an hour ago. We're now down to 34, and Fort Worth and Cleburne are down to freezing. We're going to sit at 32, 33 pretty much all day. Somewhat of a miserable day. You see all the colors coming in, the pinks and the purples. But basically, this is sleet. There's some rain down south. The timing today is as follows. Metroplex all the way up to Highway 380 and south. It is a sleety mix. You get north of Denton, McKinney, and Bridgeport, it is a snowy mix, and that's where we're getting the highest accumulations. And that's where it's also going to be tonight. Again, it changes over late tonight from west to east. Probably won't change over until the wee hours of the morning down by Corsicana and Canton, and that's where the accumulation will occur. 2 to 4 inches Metroplex, a little bit higher as you get up towards the Red River. So the wintry mix heads in. Sleety in the Metroplex, some snow up north, and the afternoon, more of a rainy mix and about 33 degrees. If you have to go to work today, Chip, roads are wet in the Metroplex. I think they'll be wet all day.
Yep.
You'll be okay. You won't be happy, but you'll be okay.
No.
Up north is a little more slick.
Most definitely. But in downtown Dallas, we've had a crash happen on just what's simply wet roadways. Why? Vehicles going way too fast with the conditions. And in this case, this vehicle ended up slamming into the guardrail. There's lots of debris on the roadway that Dallas County Sheriff's deputy is kind of driving over right now. And obviously the vehicle's facing the wrong direction. Left lane blocked. If it was a normal rush hour, we would have a multi-mile backup. But because there are a lot of folks staying home, which you should if you can. Again, we only have some stop-and-go traffic in this immediate area as one comes up from the Botham Jean Boulevard interchange. Further north on I-35E, a similar situation. Again, vehicle going way too fast, spun out on the wet surfaces, and the left side of the roadway has been blocked for about an hour and a half. Here's the good news. Wreckers just drove off with that vehicle in tow, and as we watch live together, you can see the rest of the emergency crews are finally leaving this scene. So all lanes are opening up right now in that spot. And as Evan mentioned, further north, it's worse as far as the snowfall accumulation is concerned. But again, with that noted, it doesn't mean that the roadways are frozen. There's a look right now equidistant between Sanger and Valley View. That 18-wheeler's pushing through, and you see the spray coming off the roadway. That's a great indication that, again, the road surfaces themselves are warm enough to keep the roadways from freezing. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
Okay, very important to note, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good thing we're there.
Just don't get that false sense of security when you're driving. Sure. All right, that winter storm, yep, it is here. School districts across the area are canceling classes and have canceled classes.
Yeah, I think most just went ahead yesterday and were like, nope, no, not going to school. Peyton May live in Collin County with an update on the conditions there. Good morning, Peyton.
Good morning, Lauren and Brandon. Someone just shook the snow globe here because it is really coming down now and we are getting snow. So, of course, I had to make the first snowman of the year with my photographer, Noonie, which we've made just from accumulating some of the snow that we have seen on this stand here. And you know, if the kids want to do it, now might be the time before it starts melting away at some point. But in terms of the roadways, it's been very, very busy. Although kids are not in school for the most part, the roads are still busy. People are heading to work. Now that precipitation, snow as it looks like right now, sleet was about 30 minutes ago. That's starting to now kind of hit the highways, and definitely will see some slick spots as that continues on. Now, while parents, of course, are driving out today, many students are staying home. School closures for today and tomorrow include the two largest districts, Dallas and Fort Worth ISD. DISD's Superintendent Stephanie Elizalde says she's been monitoring the forecast and spoke with the National Weather Service to make that decision. Now, she said that there are also multiple districts that have communication to figure out who is closing down, when they are closing down. So it is definitely a large communication effort here. Thankfully, these roads were salt and water into a mixture of brine that was put on the road by TxDOT on Friday. So hopefully drivers will be cautious. These overpasses and bridgeways are really where you need to be as careful as possible as all the snow starts coming down. Back to you.
Yeah, be careful indeed. All right. Peyton, thanks. It is 8 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Okay, so what happens as this moves on through, because this is just like the very beginning of all of it. A lot of us seeing sleet, some seeing snow. Evan has the forecast coming up next.
Even though we have some precip coming down, and Legacy, you might remember this as the day that you had sleet, rain, snow, and a first birthday. Happy first birthday to you. Conrad David also celebrating a first birthday today, as is Kylie. I know that name. Happy first birthday to you, Kylie. And to Rhett, who is celebrating 2 years with us. Happy second birthday. Phoebe Stahl also celebrates 2 years with us, as does Marlise Price. Marlise, you are 2. Bowen Bolema also celebrates a big second birthday and a Cowboy fan. Eric Barnett, we wish you a happy second birthday. Got a lot of 2-year-olds today. Jakaya Smith, how about you be the last of the 2-year-olds? That's an honor right there. Terrence Handy Jr., welcome to 3. Hope it's a good 3rd birthday. Easton McCoy, we wish you a very happy 4th birthday. And to Easton Pitts, we round it off because 5 is the oldest you can be, so happy 5th birthday to you. All right, still talking about our winter storm warning. Nothing has changed in this, although we do have some snow coming down in our northern counties. Most of the Metroplex will experience, I would say, the snow part of it, of the warning. That'll be overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Now, this is the camera that's farthest north for us. That's up in Denton County. I don't really see much that's going on up there. There could be a little bit of white. That looks like a little bit of white on some of the houses because we have had some sleet that has fallen. There's definitely no sleet over in Stephenville. It's 31 at Lantana. So at 31, 32 degrees, we're going to have at least some, whatever falls that's sleety or snowy, it'll stick on the side. The road conditions should be okay. Stephenville, you're 32. Dallas is 34. As we look at forewarned Doppler radar, I'm going to show you 2 things. First of all, radar sweep that comes through, you got all the different colors. The radar is trying to look at the particles coming down and go, I think it's sleet, I think it's snow, I think it's rain. I mean, in this case, it's seeing a little bit of everything. That's why we call it a wintry mix. Dylan was just coming in because he'll be taking over on the 10 o'clock, and he's saying, yeah, I get some snowflakes downtown that's mixed in with it. I'm showing you the radar without the colors enhanced right now. This is a better way of picking things out, though. You can see the brighter colors that moved over Dallas. Those are the bigger snowflakes. It's not like it's heavy rain. It's just the bigger flakes and particles in the atmosphere, maybe a brief heavier bit of sleet and some bigger snowflakes up here. And then up towards Pilot Point, Denton, Decatur, that's probably where we also have some of the bigger snowflakes that are mixing in. It's also 31 degrees up there, 31 Denton, 31 Bridgeport. So what is falling is probably sticking to the side of the roads. I've seen a few people report north of Highway 381 or near 381 that runs from all the way from McKinney to Denton to Bridgeport, that there is some accumulation, especially on the grass. DFW is now down to 33. We'll probably be sitting near 32, 33 degrees. And with dew points in the 20s, that also means as this precipitation is coming down, we can still fall a little bit more. So we may sit near 32 degrees almost all day today. You're like, ooh, that's freezing. Is it bad? Well, generally 32 degrees, roads stay wet, but things can stick on the side. And there's a lot of lift coming in here. You can see a huge mass of precipitation to the west of us. A lot of this is at least color-coded in the freezing category, meaning that it's probably sleety, but there's definitely some snow in there that's going to fall north and west of the Metroplex. Warmer air coming in high above the ground is giving us a layer of warmer air that's probably turning things more into sleet. What happens is at 5,000 feet, it's 37, 38 degrees. It falls into a cold, dry layer. It freezes into a ball, and then it just plops out of the cloud, and you end up with these little ice balls that bounce off. So notice the temperature at Abilene. It's been sitting at freezing. San Angelo is sitting at freezing. That's probably our future today. Our future is freezing today. And our storm system that we've been tracking for days just south of El Paso, a little piece in Mexico, this all is going to come into the deep moisture. So this storm, which just started about 7, 8 o'clock this morning, is going to go through almost sunrise tomorrow. It's going to be a little short of 24 hours. By the way, behind it, the winds off of the coast, or at least the winds blowing from land onto the ocean. Those are your Santa Ana winds in California, producing all the problems with the fires. That's not going to change today. It should get better tomorrow. So this morning and this afternoon, basically today, from around Highway 380 and south, we get this sleety mix, but there's going to be snow at times, rain at times. The afternoon will tend to more rain. This morning's more sleet and snow. Up north, it's more snow and some sleet. So there's a lot of snow up here, which could accumulate today. If you want accumulating snow, it's going to come in tonight for the Metroplex. After say 9, 10 o'clock tonight, especially overnight. That's when the accumulations will come in. Snow will be briefly heavy at times, and it could be 2 to 4 inches of snow, with some higher numbers as you get into Denton and Collin County, where the air is just a little bit colder. Wise County, Collin County, Denton County. So we're 33 degrees this morning. We'll probably sit at about 32 all day. This rainy, sleety, and up north snowy mix. It's going to go back and forth. Could be some heavier rain this afternoon. And then as we get past 9, 10 o'clock tonight, it changes over to wet snow. So it's going to be snowing tonight. Hopefully there'll be snow on the ground when you wake up tomorrow morning. Even though the snow will be gone, it'll last for a couple of hours. And then the afternoon, as we get a little sun breaking through, more than likely we melt it. We could have some freezing fog and some icy patches on Saturday morning before that all works away. 7-day forecast, 34 today. We got the snow tonight. We got the mix today. Tomorrow it breaks up. And Saturday, after some icy spots early, we should be in better shape going through the weekend and next week.
There's a look at the map in Tarrant County, and again, not a lot of folks out and about, and that's a positive thing. If you don't have to get out in these conditions, please don't. Let's go out to I-20 in the Parker County area, Weatherford. You can see how the accumulation is happening in the median areas, but not on the roadway itself. Kind of excited that up in Decatur, we now actually have streaming video along Highway 380 as you move through that area, and that's what folks in Wise County are having to deal with. It's more significant where it's actually built up on the roadways and makes for a much more hazardous driving situation. But you can also see not a lot of folks out and about right now in that area. A little bit to the east of there, over on I-35E and I-35W by the UNT campus area. Just wanted to show you this shot where the conditions are obviously a little bit better. The roadways are just simply wet through here, but it doesn't mean that you don't have little slight accumulations here and there and along areas where no one's trotting on. And then for folks trying to move in Dallas, just a quick note, there's one incident that we've been keeping tabs on northbound on I-45 approaching the I-30 interchange. Record just pulled up on the scene of that crash. Hopefully I'll have that out of the way here in the next few minutes. Serves as a reminder, though, even if the roadways are simply wet, doesn't mean that you can't lose control and spin out and crash. Lauren, Brandon, back to you.
So true. Take it easy, especially as we move through the next, 24 hours, 48 hours. It is 8:20. An organization opened a shelter for the storm asking for volunteers. We're going to talk with the CEO of Our Calling about the big need when we come back. 8:22. Look at this. This is a live look at 635 in the Tollway, North Dallas area. Snow is coming down. Now, a lot of this melting once it hits the ground, but still, a pretty sight to see. More people than expected have shown up at a shelter at Dallas Fair Park. The nonprofit running it all, Our Calling, really need your help. Wayne Walker, the CEO of Our Calling, joins us on a busy, busy morning. Hey there, how many people are you caring for right now as this storm moves on through?
So we actually have 3 facilities open up throughout the city. Austin Street is running their old facility. The city of Dallas now has opened up the tower building next to us for an extra 250, 300 folks. We have about 900 spots here at the Grand Place building. So it's one of the largest, inclement weather showings here in Dallas in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that we had such a warning about this. Can you handle all these people? What do you need right now? What kind of help?
Yeah, right now, more than anything, we need people to show up and support what we're doing, right? Go to ourcalling.org/cold and you can sign up to volunteer. We're serving over 3,000 meals a day just at the location that I'm at. And so it takes lots of hands, lots of people to greet a neighbor, give them a blanket. We also need those blankets, right? So if you go to ourcalling.org/cold, you can see the resources that we need that you can collect with your neighbors, or you can buy stuff off our Amazon wish list, or you can make a gift online, or you can sign up to volunteer. We need lots of hands to be able to love our neighbors well.
I think your sweatshirt says it all. Love your neighbor. This really is about Texans helping Texans. This is when we need to step up. How long do you expect this shelter to be in place?
Well, right now, just like you guys, we're watching the weather every day, listening to your meteorologists and others kind of help us schedule this out. Right now, we're seeing at least through the weekend, and we're just, trusting the Lord to provide with God's people and God's resources as we continue to make sure all of our neighbors have a safe place to go.
Okay, so you can go and volunteer there. I think there's a lot of people that are sitting at home and don't want to get out on the roads into this, which could be an issue. But you mentioned the Amazon wish list. I'm assuming you're accepting cash donations as well right now?
Yes. Absolutely. Go to ourcalling.org/cold, and there's ways that you can give financially. There's ways you can volunteer if your car can make it through this weather, or ways you can order things off of our Amazon list, or even list of resources you can collect from your friends and family. And you can take them to the Our Calling facility on Cesar Chavez. We sort everything there, and then we'll bring it over here as we need it.
I'm assuming that's like a storage place behind you. I'm curious, what is the best part and the hardest part about trying to help this many people?
The hardest part is getting people to come in when someone has given them a pile of firewood and a case of water, but that firewood runs out and that case of water, some gracious neighbor gave them, is just frozen solid. The best part is when people come in and being able to embrace someone, put your arms around them and just encourage them. And then we have tons of partners here lined up to really help them exit homelessness for the rest of their lives. We have all kinds of services, from medical to mental health care to housing services, placement solutions. We're getting a lot of people off the streets, not just in Fair Park and in a cot, but off the streets for the rest of their lives.
So this could make a huge difference. All right. Link to Our Calling on our website, fox4news.com. Now accepting donations, and boy, they need volunteers. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. It is 8:26. Yeah, it is cold out there. We're at 33 degrees at the big airport, flirting with freezing temperatures. A live look at the radar. The winter storm moving through the area. Sleet, snow mix. We're going to see snow tonight. Evan has the weather. Chip checks traffic.
It's 8:30 a.m. Good Day continues live and local on Fox 4.
All right, Plano, Frisco. I just got a text from my husband saying, Beck just woke me up. It's snowing. So that was how my husband got woken up this morning. So definitely coming down in some new spots. Some we're seeing sleet, some rain, but others snow.
Yeah, and viewer David Harmonson sent us this picture of the ground covered in snow. This is up in Jacksboro.
Whoa.
About 7:30 this morning. A lot of areas to our north and west saw the icy weather start early this morning. And Evan, I guess as we progress through the day and into tonight, more of us are going to see this.
Yeah, especially overnight tonight. I mean, the big snow event, what you're seeing right now is snow on some of the fringes. And even if you're getting a little in the Metroplex in a band, you know, we've talked about this, how we've had sleet. When it comes down heavy, it may briefly snow, and then it goes back to some sleet and rain. That's why we call it a wintry mix. Areas up north are a little bit colder. You live north of Highway 380. I've gotten a lot of pictures from people that live north, along and north. So basically, for those that don't know it, you're talking north of about the Denton, Decatur, Bridgeport, Jacksboro area. This is a picture from Pilot Point behind me. This video, that snow that's sticking and accumulating. Some folks have had close to an inch up in those areas. And because it is that cold out there, I mean, this is packing snow. I mean, when you're around 30 degrees, and her name is Jackie Shovels, and it is a real name. I love the name, and you've got snow. How much better is that? Winter storm watch is in effect for the Metroplex. Now, the wintry mix is taking over. In the Dallas-Fort Worth area, it's sleet and rain, but there is still some snow. This is not going to be a snow event today for you in the Metroplex. It doesn't mean you won't see at least some snow, which is exactly what we're seeing. It does depend on location. Temperatures are at or just above freezing into the afternoon. The roads are likely just wet, and that's what we're seeing. There will be some slick spots in elevated areas. And then it changes to snow this evening. Accumulations, especially on the grass. Overnight is when we're going to get the snow that the kids get to play in tomorrow morning for the most part. Notice our temperatures are down near freezing, 31, 32. Now, 31, 32, it's everywhere, 31, 32. That's where we're going to sit all day. Quick check of the radar. This is where we're getting... You see these bright colors here. That's where we're getting the little bit of snow. So what Lauren was talking about up in Plano and what people have seen in Carrollton, that's the little bit of snow that's going through. Once that goes through, we will likely go back to a little light sleet. But the coverage is increasing. It is a wintry mix. It is sleety. There'll be more rain this afternoon and more snow as we get past 9 o'clock tonight. And the snowfall forecast again today will take us to 2 to 4 inches in the Metroplex. Again, by tomorrow morning, 4 to 6 inches once you get north, and especially Denton, McKinney, north to the Red River. Now, let's talk to Chip right now and see what the roads are like.
I have mentioned this before, mention it again. This is the kind of situation that I feel like is one of the toughest to deal with out on the roadways, because you think that everything is okay and that the roads are simply wet. But as I've mentioned in reports leading up to today, there are two things that you need to be aware of. Watching your speed, and overpasses are, again, where you could end up seeing a more dangerous situation. And guess what? We've had 4 new incidents pop up, and they're all ramp related. Here is the I-30 ramp that's going, excuse me, let me start over. Southbound 360 ramp to go to I-30 in the westbound direction. And you can see toward the end of this ramp, a vehicle spun out, crashed. Another vehicle going too fast, spins out, crashes. So you have, again, 2 issues within 50 yards of each other in this area. You think that's bad. Here's what a driver on I-20 and Spur 408 just did, going way too fast in this transition area, flipped the vehicle. It ended up in the mud. As you can see, the driver's okay. You can see him standing with the sheriff's deputy as they wait for a wrecker to show up. For folks on northbound I-45 at I-30, that's a crash where a vehicle was going too fast, and wreckers had a hard time clearing that out. Good news, that accident's just cleared. So let's spend the rest of our time talking about the recent wreck in Irving. Yikes. Here's what's happening here on the 114 transition going in the eastbound direction. Obviously, this involves a truck that was going too fast in this transition area, loses control, and ends up crashing and almost ended up plummeting off of the higher level there and down below. If it wasn't for just that one tire there that kept it from, it is what kept it from ending up dangling over the top completely of that grassy underpass area. So again, it's really easy to lose control on these wet and slick roadways. Be careful if you do absolutely have to get out and about. Lauren, Brandon, back to you.
Yeah, I just saw one of our viewers said this is the appetizer before the main course, which is going to be tonight. I thought that was, that's the perfect way to put it. The sleet, the snow, they've been coming down for a little while. And it's kind of like moving north, you know, north and west seem to be like the worst. It's just kind of moving its way, though, across.
Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger heading north on I-35W. That's up in Denton County. We've already gotten reports of snow up there, Paige.
Hey guys, yeah, good morning. A lot of snow already on the ground. I'm going to flip this camera immediately so you can kind of see our photojournalist Kevin Bell and I now actually turning around to head back on I-35 South, just because the conditions, as you can see, not too great. A lot of snow buildup on the side of the roads. On these side roads, if you can kind of tell on the road themselves, a lot of that kind of mix between mud, maybe a little bit of sand too, already causing a little bit of problems, some slick spots as well. We're heading over an overpass where you can see snow is completely covering it. I know we kind of beat a dead horse here whenever the weather gets colder like this, but bridges, overpasses, the most treacherous areas for people that need to get to wherever they need to go. So if you do need to be out on the roadways, take it very slow. Now, for the most part, folks out here in the Denton area have been taking it cautious on the roads today, but we have seen a few drivers kind of risking it a little bit, going a little bit faster than the posted speed limit, shifting lanes, not merging as nicely as maybe one would want. So if you are heading out today, just be cautious of the conditions around you, because of course this is a gray, gloomy, wintry mix type of day. It's not a sunny, beautiful day here in North Texas in the Denton area. So if you have to be outside, take it slow, take it cautious. A lot of road signs too that TxDOT has put up, right? Watch for crews, people trying to de-ice roadways. So just keep in mind there's a lot of factors going into your morning drive if you have to be outside today. If you don't, stay at home and enjoy some hot cocoa like I'm doing here in the vehicle. Guys, back to you.
Oh, that's good. That's good advice.
Does it have marshmallows? That's what my kids want to know. Do we have marshmallows?
All I've got is coffee.
Oh, we need marshmallows, Paige. Marshmallows. Or maybe some of that cream, the whipped cream.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
That would be good. All right, 8:37 on this Thursday morning. The winter weather is causing hundreds of flight cancellations today. We're going to take a look at DFW Airport when we come back.
right now for most of us. We're going to be staying home, staying safe. The big issue seems to be right now at DFW Airport because at the top of FlightAware's, there's like this misery map. It tracks flight cancellations and delays across the country, and we are winning it.
Yay,
I tell you, it's a mess at DFW Airport.
Dan is live this morning at DFW Airport with the latest. Hey there, Dan.
Well, good morning, Brandon. The snow has really been coming down here for at least an hour, and now there seems to be some sleet mixed in. But we have seen planes here taking off at DFW Airport. The normal routine certainly has been disrupted. The numbers we're seeing as far as flight cancellations and to a lesser extent delays have really been striking, especially when compared to the rest of the country. FlightAware is reporting now 977 flight cancellations for DFW Airport, either incoming or outgoing. American Airlines is showing the most cancellations system-wide with more than 340. The Fort Worth-based carrier says it has issued a travel alert and has already contacted passengers to rebook. Dallas Love Field, meanwhile, reporting 211 cancellations so far. Those numbers mean DFW Airport leads the nation in cancellations, with Dallas Love Field in the second slot. Both of our local airports say they have all of the heavy equipment they will need to keep their runways and taxiways clear, as well as adequate supplies of de-icer for planes if needed. One thing we have been seeing this week, lots of folks coming in from out of town for the Cotton Bowl Classic tomorrow night at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. Now, if spectators have not arrived in the Metroplex early for that game, anyone remaining who's trying to get here by air will likely face some difficulties today and tomorrow. Reporting live at the big airport, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
All right, thanks for the update. 8:43, take it easy out there. Yeah, Dan mentioned snow at DFW Airport starting to turn over to sleet. That's what's going to happen. We're kind of going to go back and forth. Snow tonight, though. Evan has the forecast next.
Now we continue to flip back and forth between some sleet and some snow here in the Dallas and Fort Worth area. There are areas up north getting more, but at 31, 32, as we look at DFW, notice the runways are just wet. I mean, that's going to be the feature. The roads are wet, but you still have to always be careful around here. Here's a shot from Fort Worth, and you can see the snow that is coming down. You see some of the flakes flying in the camera, so there's snow with a little bit of mix out there. What we're seeing on radar this morning, we've got a couple of things. The radar tries to color code things as best as it can based on what it thinks is happening. It is more of a snowy forecast once you get from the Metroplex on to the north right now, and it's more of a mix from the DFW area south with more rain in our southern counties. I'm going to take the color coding off of this. So when I take the color coding off of this, sometimes you can see where the bigger flakes are falling, and the bigger flakes are falling here. This is the snow that just moved into Fort Worth, and you can see that little bit of yellow. That's the little bit of snow that's in Fort Worth. But the bigger flakes continue to go around us right now. They're into Collin County, up around McKinney. There's some snow coming to Denton, up in Bridgeport, over by Jacksboro, seeing some of that out there. So what we're expecting today, again, at least during the daylight hours, it is a wintry mix. We've had sleet. We're going to have some snow. It'll probably turn to more rain this afternoon, 32, 33-degree rain this afternoon. But areas to the north and west, you continue to get more snow out of this, and you'll have some of the higher snowfall accumulations. By the time we get to tonight, we're going to see this next batch come in. And the timing on this is going to be probably 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. We'll see a turnover, and the highest accumulations will come into the Metroplex after midnight. So after midnight, snow should be sticking, and by tomorrow morning, 2 to 4 inches of snow on the ground, with probably 4 to 6 inches going on, especially in some of our northern counties. You live anywhere north of the Metroplex, you're likely to see some of those higher numbers out there. And let's get the 7-day forecast up for you. This wintry mix today, everybody's going to see something a little different. Northern counties, more snow. Metroplex, more mix. And then tonight, it all turns to snow. We get our accumulation. Tomorrow, clouds break up in the afternoon. Whatever is on the ground could cause some rough travel problems in the morning. By late morning and noon, it all melts, and then it refreezes. So Saturday morning, potentially some icy spots early. We'll see sun by the afternoon. 46 on Saturday, and we'll take the rest of the forecast into the 40s to around 50s, so pretty quiet next week. It is not quiet right now on the roads, though. Oh, no, Chip.
No, certainly not. Northbound on the East Loop, new wreck just north of I-30, and the roadway is currently closed. They've gotten wreckers quickly into that area, but again, we have a temporary closure of that section of road. The southbound 360 ramp to go to westbound I-30 in the Arlington area has also a wreck on it, and only part of that ramp is open. We'll spend the rest of our time with an update regarding this recent wreck in Irving on the end of the eastbound 114 ramp to merge with 183. That's the spot where we have this crash involving the 18-wheeler that has definitely ended up in a bad spot, to say the least. And we have a bunch of other camera angles in this area that helps paint the picture of what's going on. That's how the tractor trailer has ended up jackknifed, and it's going to take a couple of heavy-duty wreckers to get it from its current position out of here. Another thing that's worth noting is that the hood of the vehicle ended up plummeting down into lower levels, but it didn't end up on the roadway. But that's a look at the strike point, and you can see the damage done to that retaining wall in that area. So emergency repairs will have to be done here in this location as well. But for now, that transition ramp completely blocked off. And Brandon, I would say it will stay closed for an extended period of time.
I would certainly think so. They could get some engineers up there to figure out the structural stability of that. Wow. Chip, thanks. The funeral for former President Jimmy Carter is set to begin in just a few minutes. Here is a live look right now at Washington, D.C. The 39th president only served one term, but his service to millions spanned decades. President Joe Biden will deliver the eulogy at the National Cathedral. You can watch the funeral service for former President Jimmy Carter on our sister station, KDFI More 27. It will also be streamed on our website, fox4news.com. It is about 10 minutes or so till the top of the hour.
All right, live look at our North Dallas tower cam. What do we got there? Oh, yes, a snow sleet mix. We're going to check out the conditions on the roads. The hope is that it's, melting there on the roads when the snow hits. We'll see when we come back.
Welcome back. So lots of us are seeing snow, and that includes our very good friend, Tim Ryan. He just sent us this video of the snow falling at his home in Plano. And boy, there's a lot more of that on the way. It's already covering roads in some places.
Why can't I just picture him all snuggled up in his robe with his cup of coffee laughing? Because he's probably so thrilled he's not here.
He's laughing
covering
at us,
this
yes.
anymore. I mean, Timmy, why can we not get a live report this morning? I tell you. I hope he's enjoying it. A beautiful sight. If you can stay home and stay safe, just soak it in. I think a lot of us have been anxious to see the snow. Looking forward to it. We are seeing the roads starting to get slick, though, and some drivers running into some tough spots, especially on the bridges.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're going to go to Fox 4 Shannon Murray right now, who's at the High 5 interchange in North Dallas. How is it looking there?
Hey, Brandon and Lauren. Yeah, it's really coming down right now. You mentioned the snow. It's really more of a wintry mix where we are right now, kind of slick, wet snow coming down, a little bit of an ice mixture. You can see the ramp here behind us. This is the High 5, so of course that's 75 Central Expressway, and then the ramp to 635 West and East. Not a lot of traffic. That's the good news. A lot of people had the day off today from school or work, so not a lot of people out here traveling, but you can see where some of this wintry mix and the snow is accumulating a little bit on the sides. But as for the actual road where people are traveling, not too bad. We just urge people to, of course, take it easy and be careful, especially if you have to get on a bridge or an overpass, because it is sticking in some areas. You could encounter a slick spot. So you just want to be cautious and be careful out there. I know Chip has been reminding people and keeping an eye on those trouble spots all morning. But yeah, it is really coming down now. It's been pretty consistent here for the last hour or so, just coming down with that wintry mix for us here at the High 5 in North Dallas. We'll check in with you guys here in a little bit and see how it's looking out here on the roads. Back to you.
All right, yeah, take it easy. Just go slow if you have to get out. It is 8:56.
All right, straight ahead, an armadillo at the Dallas Zoo comes out of its shell to make a very big prediction. Which team it thinks will win the Cotton Bowl Classic when we come back.
Better not be that one. All right, we go to an armadillo. Because that's who we need to get our information from at the Dallas Zoo. This is an armadillo that believes Texas will win the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic, so we like him.
Armadillo's name, Boomer. Took a little while, though, to make this prediction as they set him down there. And he sniffs around, but after a few sniffs, the armadillo dove into the Longhorns Bowl. It's not over there. There it is. He finds it eventually. Both bowls are filled with mealworms, so Boomer did end up sampling Ohio State's portion of mealworms after choosing Texas. I mean, because they put the bowl there.
I mean, he's hungry.
The armadillo's like, hey, you put it here, I'm eating it.
Maybe we need to change Boomer's name to Bevo. Just saying.
Well, that's a good point.
It would make sense.
You know.
But hey, I'm glad the Sooner is rooting for the Longhorns.
There you go.
Nice to see.
All right, we have been talking about it all week. The winter weather is finally here. Evan is in this morning to break down this cold day.
Okay, we've got the most up-to-date information on what's happening all around North Texas. We are going to be checking in with our teams across the Metroplex on the roads and taking a look at the skies as well ahead.
And that includes conditions at the big airport. We'll have a look at what they're doing as people try to head out of town before things get too bad.
From KDFW Fox 4, all local, all morning. This is Good Day at 9 a.m.
Well, good morning. It's Thursday, January 9th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisball. Thanks for starting your cold, chilly morning with us. Yes, the winter weather is here. School, pretty much out for almost all students in North Texas. We have teams all across the Metroplex this morning, making sure that you're prepared for the day ahead, because this is just the beginning.
And they are all bundled up. We're going to check in with everyone coming up in just a bit. But first, of course, let's get right over to meteorologist Evan Andrews. Evan, what's the latest?
What's the latest is that sometimes you got to do what you got to do no matter how you do it. And, you know, I was like, well, kids will wait till tomorrow for the most part in the Metroplex to be sledding. Well, I got proven wrong. And I looked at that. I'm like, I don't see much there, but you know what? I guess if there's a little sleet coating, that can be painful if you hit a rock. But Laura Alton sent this one in, and it is really cute, so I thought I'd show it. Winter storm warning continues in effect for the Metroplex North. National Weather Service did just add a couple of counties out here to the west, Jack County, Young County, because of the snow coming down. It is a snowy, sleety mix. Most of the slick spots around are going to be in our northern counties, though. That's where the air is just a couple of degrees colder. But the roads are going to be mainly wet this afternoon. I do expect the temperatures, while they're not going to go up at all, high above the ground, we do increase the temperature enough that we get mostly a rainy, sleety mix this afternoon. Conditions, though, I will tell you, are worse up to the north. This really does depend where you live. It's you hate to hear that forecast because you're like, I live where I live. I don't care where somebody else lives. It is going to be snowing heavy at times late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. That's when the road conditions will deteriorate area-wide, and the snow ends after that. So we're at 31 degrees at DFW. So we've dropped down a little more, which is why we're starting to get some of this at least sticking. Dallas is 32, Waxahachie 33. Notice Mineral Wells and Granbury are also sitting at 32 degrees. And you look at that radar, and it's tough to see, but you see where the blue areas are. The blue represents snow. In this case, the purple area indicates where the sleet is mixed in. But in this case, you can see what's called bright banding. Basically, the larger particles here, usually you think of it as just heavier rain. No, in this case, it's more sleet and bigger snowflakes. They're out by Weatherford. You got some of this up at the Denton County, some north over to McKinney and Greenville. So in this case, there are some snow flakes that are sticking to the ground. It is a sleety, rainy, snowy mix from the Metroplex south. It is more snow and sleet once you get north of Highway 180, and it is more rain as you get into our southern counties. And overnight, that's when we're going to get this changeover taking place. That's going to be after 8, 9, 10 o'clock. The highest accumulations are going to be from the Metroplex on to the north, and that's where some of the numbers are going to be in the 4 to 6 inch range. Metroplex should be 2 to 4 inch by the time we get done with this. So it is a wintry mix that's moved in. We're going to be right near the freezing mark this morning. Temperatures are going to sit at 32, 33 all day. The roads will be mostly wet this afternoon, but still possibilities of a wintry mix depending on where you live. And after this, we'll take you through the forecast. Things will get better after tomorrow morning, coming in just a few minutes. Let's go over to Chip, because obviously road conditions will be critical as we go through the day.
Yeah, my dad gave me some advice when I was a young lad. Said there are 2 ways that you can learn, either the easy way
or the hard way.
Yeah, and a lot of folks that we're going to look at right now have learned the hard way, and that's what I hope doesn't happen to you. So this is I-30 on the west side of Fort Worth, and just wanted to show you another ramp closure. This would be westbound I-30 to go to northbound West Loop 820. So of all the markers as I go to the map, it would be that one that you see there on the far left. So again, another ramp closure in that area. We're next going to go over here to the transition from Fort Worth over into Haltom City. We've had a recent wreck here involving a truck, and the truck has ended up in a bad spot. But it does appear that the emergency crews on the scene have been able to help that individual out, and I don't see the concerns that I was looking at here earlier, where, again, the vehicle had ended up into the wall. It must have been a glancing blow, and the vehicle was movable, so that's a positive thing. On northbound East Loop 820, cleanup continues from a crash in that area, and the traffic flow is a little slow in that immediate spot. A reminder on the southbound 360 ramp to go to westbound I-30. Been watching cleanup of a crash there. It looks like that incident is getting ready to clear out, so we should see that fire truck and police cruiser leave this scene here in the next couple of seconds, and there they go. For folks right now on Highway 183, again, really rough wreck where an 18-wheeler has literally gone through the wall. There's a look at the market made, and this is a look where the vehicle is currently positioned. Not only do you have a closure of that eastbound 114 ramp to go to 183, but you could also see in the lower levels some debris concerns on 183 on the right side of the roadway moving through that area. When you get up to the north, we have seen a lot of snowfall, again, continue to accumulate, but it hasn't caused necessarily any big incidents. This is a look around I-35E, North Texas Boulevard in that area. You can see there by the campus. And the snow falling here in McKinney on 75 Central Expressway around Virginia Parkway. Lauren and Brandon, I'm thinking that advice of just staying indoors is the right thing here at this point.
It's interesting when you showed the huge map of the whole area, Chip. It's almost like, I mean, the bottom was all green, and then the top, where we're seeing snow, was yellow. So definitely you can see where things are getting slick. All right, thanks for the updates. And we're going to check out Peyton May. She is in McKinney, was seeing some snow there earlier. Still seeing snow?
Yeah, she got to do something most kids are hoping to do and maybe will do, and that's build a snowman. So was it a snowman or a sleet man, Peyton?
So it's funny that you asked, Brandon, because we have seen all sorts of precipitation this morning. We started with a sleet snowman, I guess a sleet man. And as the snow has been ramping up here, as it has been within, I want to say the last hour and a half, we have gotten more to the snowman. So this is more of the demonstration here of how quickly this precipitation has been changing. We are seeing more and more snow accumulate. And of course, as it's been very fun to play with, it's not as fun to drive on. 75 has been very busy today, but I will say the snow is starting to pack on to the roadways a little bit. You know, while most kids don't have to be in the classroom, some parents still have to be out driving, and the spots you really need to be cautious at include bridges and overpasses that could ice over once that precipitation started falling and sticking to some portions of those roadways. Now, school closures for today and tomorrow include the two largest districts, which are Dallas and Fort Worth ISD. The superintendent said that decision was made yesterday after a briefing with the National Weather Service. Now, most school districts are closed throughout the metro, but not all of them tomorrow. There are a few districts, Plano and McKinney, that are open tomorrow as of now, but we'll see with all of this snow that we're getting if that will change. We, of course, have a list of those updates on our website, fox4news.com.
All right, stay warm, stay safe, appreciate it. And we got Paige Ellenberger. She's in Denton County, been driving around, and earlier when we checked on her, the snow was starting to pile up, especially up there. Denton County, Wise County, those seem to be the two areas right now that things aren't looking very good.
How's it looking now, Paige?
Hey guys, good morning to you guys again. Not looking too great. In fact, the snow accumulating even more from the last set. I'm going to flip the camera around here. You may not be able to tell exactly how fast and hard the snow is falling here in Denton County. We're currently on I-35 heading south back toward the Dallas area. Yeah, you can kind of just see the size of how big these snowflakes actually are. And if you see on the side of the road toward the shoulders, it's all starting to accumulate. Now, photojournalist Kevin Bell and I were stuck behind a few sand trucks that were already out this morning, lying down more sand, just trying to build up traction, especially on the overpasses like what we're on right now. I believe you could see it on the roadways. You could see the tire tracks going right through it. It's causing a few mishaps too on the road. As we were leaving a Love's truck stop in the Denton area, we saw a pretty big accident. Somebody spun out, hit one of the concrete barriers heading into a different lane. Thankfully, it seemed that they were okay, but a bunch of first responders were on the scene responding to that accident, and that kind of shows what can happen out here on the roadway. So again, we can't say it enough. If you are heading out, it's starting to pile up. It's starting to get a little bit worse than how we started the morning. So take it slow, take your time, and be patient and be cautious. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and as Evan mentioned, like, we're going to dip down and kind of have a lull, and then it's going to go back up and start to get worse again. So just take it easy.
Yeah. All right, so DFW Airport currently leads the nation this morning in something they really don't want to lead in, delays and cancellations.
Yeah. Probably not going to go very, very, very far if you're going to be flying today. Dan Godwin live, where you've been seeing what snow for like the last hour or so. Dan, right?
Yeah, probably more than an hour with the snowfall, Lauren. And we're now getting some sleet. The scene here is very wintry. We often advise people to check your flight status before you head to the airport, and that really applies today and tomorrow. At last check, FlightAware is reporting 983 flight cancellations for DFW Airport. That's more than 60% of the national total. American Airlines is showing the most cancellations system-wide, more than 340. Dallas Love Field, meanwhile, reporting 211 cancellations so far. DFW Airport is leading the nation in canceled flights right now, with Dallas Love Field in the second slot. Both of our local airports say they have all the heavy equipment they'll need to keep the runways and taxiways clear, as well as adequate supplies of de-icer for planes. And certainly the heavy equipment and the de-icer going to be very useful and very necessary today. Reporting live at the big airport, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
All right. Thanks, Dan. Happening now in Washington, D.C., former President Jimmy Carter's funeral service. We have a live look inside the National Cathedral in Washington. Beautiful music coming from there. An estimated 3,000 people in attendance. You can see President Joe Biden, along with his wife, Jill. Biden will be delivering the eulogy. After the service, the former president's body will then be flown to Georgia, where he will be laid to rest. You can watch the whole funeral service for former President Jimmy Carter on our sister station. We're airing it on KDFI, More 27 right now. It's also being streamed on our website, fox4news.com. You see the Clintons there as well. Definitely a beautiful service for the late president.
All right, it is 13 minutes after 9 o'clock. Evan has been tracking the weather on the radar as it makes its way across North Texas. He's got the very latest when we come back.
National Weather Service has kept the winter storm warnings for the Metroplex on to the north and to the east, but they just expanded a couple of more counties into it back to the northwest. It includes Jack County, Young County, all the way up to the Red River and almost to Wichita Falls. I do want to point that out for you folks. I mean, that just means, let me get out of the way. I just got this picture a couple of minutes ago. I'm like, I said this was going to be packing snow. Spent enough time up in northern areas, so you know when you can get the, you know when it's dry snow that just blows away and it's annoying, or you get the big wet flakes that you can make into snowballs, and that's a snowball. And thank you to Alejandro for sending that in. That's his son. Obviously, kids have the day off. Now, most Stephenville shot in the bottom left. Obviously, there's nothing going on. There's some rain and some sleet down there. Cedar Creek Reservoir, rain, maybe a couple of sleet pellets. Dallas, we've had some snow. You can see on the tops of the buildings, it's been snow with a little sleet mixed in. We're going to go back and forth this morning. Up at Lantana, that's in Denton County. That's where we've had a little more cold air. But again, at 32 degrees, roads usually stay wet, not white. And that's the key on this one. I mean, does it look wintry? Absolutely. Have we had snowflakes? Have we had a wintry mix? We've told you many times. What is a wintry mix? Well, it's sleet, it's snow, it's rain. Sometimes it's freezing rain, too. Fortunately, haven't had a lot of that. We don't like that. Anything under 30 degrees, like in the 20s, freezing rain becomes ice and problems. But in general, as you looked at the radar, you saw those colors. Those colors indicate the fact that we just have a lot of different precipitation types going on. I'm going to put this into motion for you so you can see it, but I've taken the colors out. I've taken all the wintry colors out. What we're looking at here is precipitation spreading into North Texas and getting heavier. Where you see the brighter colors, if this was spring or thunderstorm season, we'd be talking about this is where the heavier rain is. Instead, it's the radar detecting the bigger particles, either sleet, which we call bright banding on this, or it can be big snowflakes. So there could either be some sleet out here to the west towards Weatherford and up towards southern parts of Wise County and into Denton County, or it could be big old wet snowflakes. So it's a sleety, snowy mix up north. Metroplex, again, you see more of the purple colors, Dallas, Fort Worth. So more than likely it's more sleet. And then our southern counties are still in the mid-30s, so it's more likely rain. Again, these temperatures at 31, 32, roads typically tend to stay wet. We're not going to get colder than that, but our dew points are still in the upper 20s to around 30. With a little bit of a spread there, it means for the next hour or so, we're going to continue to stay on the colder side. I think we'll jump up a little more this afternoon. Maybe we'll get back to 33 if we're lucky. But the whole point of this storm is there's a lot more going on to the west. This is far from over. This won't end until the wee hours of the morning. A lot of lift out to the west of us. And there's warmer air high above the ground that's going to go on top of this, at least for the Dallas and Fort Worth area. The warm air is sitting at, maybe 5,000 feet. Is in the mid-30s, so we've got liquid up there, and it falls into the colder air, so we get the little balls of sleet. Or sometimes it comes down as rain, or in some cases up to the north where the warmer air doesn't make it, you end up with all snow. So we're seeing all of that across Texas. You see snow, you see a mix, you see rain, and the coldest part of the system is still back to the west of us. This all swings in tonight. That's why we're expecting this all to turn to snow overnight. And by the way, in the backside of this, what caused all the winds for the fires, Southern California, is still going on, the Santa Ana winds. Again, for the timing today, I'll step out of the way. Most of the Metroplex south, anything in the Metroplex on south, yes, we can see snow, but we also can see sleet, and this afternoon we'll probably see more rain mixing in. Southern counties, more rain, sleet. If you go to the north and west, it's more snow. Maybe you get a little sleet, but it's primarily snow up here north of 380, and you're getting the accumulations. So the highest accumulations are going to stay up to the north, where we're getting a little snow today, and then we'll get more snow tonight. And the snow tonight will accumulate probably 4 to 6 inches north of the Metroplex up to the Red River, Dallas-Fort Worth area, 2 to 4 inches. It'll be on the ground by tomorrow morning. What's on the roads is always a little more questionable because of the wet roads. A lot of the snow will melt on the way down. And then the farther south you go, the less there is. As we look at Futurecast, again, the modeling, trying to figure out exactly where the changeover is. You notice the afternoon tends to have a little more rain as a little warm nose of air gets in here. So the afternoon tends to be wetter, and then the white, or in this case the blue, will be the snow. That comes flying in tonight. But it may take till 9, 10 o'clock, and then it's snowing pretty heavily during the overnight hours. That's when the snow accumulates. That's when it sticks. Tomorrow morning, I think the snow pretty much comes to an end. Maybe there's a couple of flakes that fly from time to time, but in the afternoon, it all dries up and we get above freezing. So anything after noon tomorrow, if you have plans tomorrow afternoon, you're going to travel for the Cotton Bowl, you'll be fine. I do point out Saturday morning, though, as temperatures are really cold because there's, a little snow on the ground, we could also have some freezing fog because of light winds, and anything that was wet would freeze over. Saturday afternoon will be milder, back well into the 40s. It'll be a nice finish to the day, and the weekend looks fine after Saturday morning. So again, today, only way to describe it is a wintry mix. Some of you get snow, others get a sleety mix, others get some rain. Snow tonight, and then we've got the rain tomorrow, or the snow tomorrow morning, ending early in the morning. Temperatures inch up above freezing. Saturday, after some icy spots early, we get some sun and 46. Then we're close to 50 to finish the weekend and next week.
All right, Evan, thanks. It is 9:22. Well, the Longhorns and Buckeyes are gearing up for the big game at AT&T Stadium. As our cold conditions continue, we'll have a look at the final preparations just ahead.
The winter weather many of us have been waiting for has arrived. Let's take a little tour. This is Weatherford, and now we're going to go on over to Denton County. You can see still a lot of snow there. A lot of it sticking to the sides of the road. Now we've got a camera between Sanger and Valley View. Snow there, flakes flying. 74, actually, I think that would be, let's see, Central. There we go. There's Central and Virginia in McKinney. And we've got a major traffic issue right there. That's the one at 75, right where President George Bush intersects. So definitely a lot of snow out there. It is sticking and causing some slick spots out there. Take it easy. We're also starting to see an increase in power outages. Dallas County right now has the most. It looks like we got 3,000 homes and businesses without power. Crews are going to be very carefully going out and about trying to fix what they can as this storm moves on through. Again, this is part one. We got more to come. And college football fans say the winter storm is not going to keep them from tomorrow's Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. In fact, the city's really been preparing for snow and ice on the roads around AT&T Stadium. Texas Longhorns and Ohio State Buckeyes arrived in North Texas yesterday ahead of the storm. Fans from both teams say they're prepared for the weather and for the game.
We made sure we had what we needed in case we got locked in or anything like that. You know, we were here, I think it was 2010.
This is pretty mild weather compared to what we have in Ohio. So, no, the weather won't be an issue.
Well, tomorrow night's game in Arlington kicks off at 6:30. Hopefully a lot of the snow will have melted and it'll be easy breezy. Go Longhorns. It is 9:26. Kind of root for the Texas team, right? All right, stick with us. Snow still falling in some spots. Oh, yes, this is a live look as it's coming down in one area. This is making its way across North Texas. This is in Denton. We are checking in with our crews that are all across the Metroplex this morning when we come back. We've got Evan standing by, too. He's going to give us the very latest again. This is just the appetizer. More is to come. A look at the radar and what we can expect the rest of the day into tomorrow.
For you, live and local. Good Day continues on Fox 4.
Okay, so the snow's coming down in Denton County. I know Wise County, Denton County seem to be like the two.
Collin County.
Yeah, seem to be the two areas where we're seeing a lot.
Paige Ellenberger is out and about. She joins us live now along I-35E and Hickory Creek with a look at the conditions there. Hey, Paige.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so at some point, right, you have to heed your own advice, just kind of stay off the roads. Our photojournalist Kevin Bell and I doing just that. We got off of 35 here near the Hickory Creek area just to enjoy the snowfall because, guys, seriously, how beautiful is this? I mean, I was in Pennsylvania just a few weeks ago and snow just like this was falling. It's not often we see snow like this here in the great state of Texas. So the best advice I have for you when it comes to traveling on the roadways, which you see a few vehicles out on 35, is just stay home. Enjoy it, right? Maybe crack open the curtains, look out the window, make a cup of hot cocoa, put on a movie. If you don't need to be outside, don't be outside, don't be on the roads. But if you want to be outside, just do it in your yard. This is great packing snow weather, so you can make snowballs, you can make snowmen. I know that Peyton May actually built herself a snowman in the McKinney area. Same thing in this area in Denton County. It is snowing so hard. The size of the snowflakes themselves are so impressive. So we are heeding our own advice. I think all of y'all watching should do the same. Just enjoy the snow. Again, not often we see snow like this here in North Texas, here in really the great state of Texas in general. So back to you guys. I'm going to go probably frolic in this field a little bit until my next hit on the 10. I'll see y'all
Don't
there.
forget a snow angel. You got to make one of those.
A little frolicking.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You go, Paige. I tell you, I feel like kids, dogs, they just see the snow and immediately want to run outside. I posted about that, and this woman was like, kids and dogs, my 70-year-old mother just ran outside in the snow
that's
because
a lot of fun.
It is something we're not used to seeing. And as long as you're safe and in a safe spot, Evan, it's a good time to enjoy.
Evan, you working on a snowman over there?
If I'm working on a snowman inside the weather center, we got some big problems in the building. Big problems. The heating system and the roof is missing. But I will tell you, as you look at the airport, I do want to point out, you can see the reduced visibility. Runways are still wet out there, but there's going to be some serious delays. I looked at a couple other cameras. That one's in Dallas, and that one is picking up some snow that is coming down as well. So the winter storm watch that remains in effect, we've had sleet, we've had some snow, we will have rain, and right now I could show you radar with all three of these going on across the area. A lot of it depends on location. Although temperatures this afternoon will be 32, 33 degrees, just at or above freezing. The roads are likely just going to be wet, but there are going to be some slick spots. You still have to be careful. And then it changes to all snow this evening from west to east. It's going to be after dark when we get this changeover area wide. There will be accumulations and roads could get slippery. So the winter storm warning, it does cover North Texas, at least the Metroplex. And look at the temperature, 31. It's bouncing back and forth. 31 will probably be as low as we get. But 31, you're getting some accumulations on the side of the road. Main roads, especially treated roads, remain wet. Dallas is 32. Cleburne's 32. Granbury's 32. Mineral Wells, 32. And you see, based on the color coding, here's another way of looking at it. You can see blue here. Blue is mostly more snow, and there can be some snow coming down moderately, but there's also the mix in the Metroplex. We've had some sleet, and there's also more rain down in our southern counties. So I said, if you look, you can find a little bit of everything. But this is a wintry mix, sleety, snowy this morning, trending towards more rain as we get to the afternoon. I think as warmer air mixes in aloft, we'll get a little more rain, and then it changes to all snow tonight, and that's when the snow accumulates. And accumulations are going to run at least 2 to 4 in the Metroplex on the grassy surfaces, and 4 to 6 inches as you go into our northern and northeastern counties. Could be pretty heavy, especially up as you get close to the Red River. So if you want to build a snowman, some are getting to do it this morning. The rest of us, or at least many of us, will get tomorrow morning to play. Let's go to Chip right now because no playing out there. There's a lot of yellow.
Right.
Driving slowly, that means.
Yeah, and the accumulation on the roadway is, again, it's either wet or slushy in nature.
You can drive in it, but just drive slowly, and you hope the next person doesn't drive 60. That's the biggest problem.
And I think that's the biggest problem is people get into a section of roadway.
but it's the other guy you got to worry about.
Yeah, people get in those sections of roadways, get lulled into a false sense of security, and they end up going too fast, hit an ice patch, and then you end up with a yard sale. So right now on the North Loop, a great example of that now in the westbound direction. I know the shot's a little fuzzy, but you can see that we have a vehicle facing the wrong direction in the right lane. Police cruiser just pulled up on the scene, and so making that transition past the Haltram Road interchange and over toward Beach Street in Fort Worth, obviously you have a hazard there to make it even slower. We've had a really bad crash happen on Highway 114 in the westbound direction, in the eastbound direction to go to the 183 merge. And in that area, we've had, again, an incident involving an 18-wheeler that literally took out a chunk of the wall in that area. There's a look from a side view of all of the emergency personnel on the scene of that crash, and it looks like the camera shot at Grauweiler is just simply unavailable right now, and that happens from time to time. Again, they've shut down that ramp, and it'll stay closed for an extended period of time. They have to get some heavy-duty wreckers into that area, and unclear what they're going to do about the wall repair work that needs to go on in that location. Over on northbound 75 Central Expressway and the ramp to go to the George Bush Turnpike in the eastbound direction. Pickup truck finding out the hard way that they do not have as good a traction as they think. And because this wasn't weighted properly and the tail end of it, it ended up spinning out and crashing. So that ramp is blocked while the wreckers do their thing in trying to load up that vehicle. We just got a call out of a crash on 635 LBJ right there in that transition from Mesquite into Garland around Northwest Highway. I'm using the camera shots right now in that location. I do see some flashing lights off in the distance, but it doesn't appear to be blocking the main lanes. It's more in the transition area. Lauren, back to you.
All right. Thank you for the updates. If you need to get out on the roads tonight, tomorrow morning, there's a great resource to check. It's drivetexas.org. And this is what the website looks like. And it basically tells you if there are any reports of icy roads that you could encounter. We have a link on our website, fox4news.com. And really, that's just a good resource for so many people. And still, if it doesn't have a marker, you still are going to want to take it super, super slow.
Well, Chip was showing these traffic cameras, and they are evidence of this, that the bridges and overpasses obviously are always the first thing to get icy since they're so high in the air. The cold air gets underneath the bridge.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of accidents already. Shannon Murray live at one of the tallest overpasses in our area for sure, the High Five. Shannon, ooh, snow's still coming down.
It is really coming down. You can see the snow, the wintry mix here. You can see it on this railing here behind me. But, you know, the High Five actually hasn't been too bad this morning. I was just talking with our photojournalist, David Tafoya, about this area because he said, you know, back in the day, we used to come out here and do live shots because these really high overpasses and bridges were so dangerous. People would just slip and slide all the way down. But you know what? I think we've learned some things over the years. The city does a great job of pre-treating these. We have seen numerous TxDOT trucks coming down these ramps throughout the morning, checking on this area, treating it again if necessary, and also not a lot of traffic in general here. A lot of people have the day off of school or work today, or maybe they're just avoiding the High Five in general. Like I said, we've learned some things over the years. So it's not too bad, not a lot of traffic, but it is slick out here. You can see where it's accumulating on the side of the road here. So just take it easy. Of course, Chip will be advising that for you all morning long, and stay safe, bundle up if you can, because yeah, Lauren, Brandon, take a look at this snow. These are some huge snowflakes coming down for us in North Dallas.
Oh gosh, it's been a while since we've seen something like that. Thank you very much, Shannon, for the update. Well, today is a national day of mourning. President Jimmy Carter is going to be laid to rest this afternoon in Georgia. Right now, his state funeral service is underway. Let's take a look at Washington National Cathedral. A live look inside. As you can see, many scheduled to speak. You can watch this funeral service for former President Jimmy Carter on our sister station. It's there right now, KDFI More 27. It's also streamed on our website, fox4news.com. We know President Biden expected to give the eulogy, and then President Jimmy Carter's body will be taken to Georgia, where he will be laid to rest, right next to his sweet wife. It is 9:40. Okay, winter weather's not stopping. This is just the beginning here in North Texas. We're going to bring back in Evan. He's got the timeline for what's going to happen as we move through today into tonight, when we're going to see the heaviest snow And then tomorrow, that's when we come back.
Or sleet or snow.
Cue the perfect
Song,
music.
though. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, audio guy.
So our
Or audio
live
person, audio lady. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know who's back there.
I don't know.
Want to be correct.
Our live winter weather coverage won't stop after Good Day this morning.
No, stick around for Fox 4 News during the 10 a.m. hour. The 10 at 10. Hey, guys.
We keep it convenient. Yeah, the weather coverage doesn't stop, like you guys said. We're going to be continuing to check in with everybody on our staff. This is a first for us here on the 10, bringing weather coverage.
And a first for us for the new year. We haven't been side by side since before the holidays, and all it took was a little winter storm to get us both back in the same time zone and seated next to one another. So we'll also have more from CES. You've been following our coverage all week. So don't miss it. The 10 starts in less than 20.
See you there.
All right, guys, we'll see you then.
All right, we turn to Evan. Take it away.
Oh, I've got so many pictures and videos coming in. We thank everybody for sending them in. We're trying to go through them and see what we can put on the air. But that's, I mean, people are sending me videos of in Dallas where snowflakes are coming down in Tarrant County. And we thank you for that. I mean, it's always cool to see. But, you know, looking at that picture in North, I just saw a couple of great pictures. I haven't had a chance to turn them around. But the cows out in the snow. And most of these are going to be up north. Forestburg, I mean, you're going pretty close to the Red River. It's getting up here, but at the same time, it's nice to see our northern counties, everything north of about Highway 380 is having some snow. And the winter storm warnings for about half the area. Again, color-coded on this. It does an okay job. It's not perfect. I mean, this is showing, like in the Metroplex, the pink would be the sleet, and then the blue would be the snow. But it's kind of going back and forth between, say, sleet and snow in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. When it comes down heavier, it's snow. When it's a little bit lighter, it's sleet. I'm going to show you a way that we can look at it differently. But areas, this is cooled down to 31 degrees. That's as low as we're going to get. And we'll probably start going maybe up a little bit this afternoon. afternoon. I would think that the rain that you see down here will trend a bit farther north as we get into the afternoon. But as we look at forward Doppler radar, see the color coding, too many different colors. You got pink, you got purple, you got, it's a nice way to see it, but here's a different way. The bigger particles are either sleet or snowflakes that are big and stuck together. And you can see them out here by Weatherford, and you can see them over by Denton. We've had reports of some snow outside, and this yellow is likely where we're seeing the snow, just because it's the bigger particle in the atmosphere, where you got a nice big fluffy snowflake coming down. And the nice part about this is it has good moisture content. So the kids that get to play in it, this is packing snow. You can make a snowball out of it. You can make a snowman. You can have a snowball fight. Within reason. And then, of course, we do have the heavier precip out to the west of us. So the forecast, again, on Futurecast, which is a model, and we always advise you that models are something you look at. You don't just post it verbatim, because they change so often. They're just computer programs. As we look at today, the pink is the indication towards noon of this wintry mix. Sleet, snow. Now in the afternoon, there's a warmer layer that does get in here. So that warmer layer, it doesn't mean it's going to get warmer at the surface. Maybe we go up 1 degree, but high above the ground, it goes up warm enough to change it over to more of a rainy mix. Doesn't mean you can't have sleet and snow. And then we get into the evening hours tonight. That's when the backside of the storm comes in and it gets colder. It changes over to some heavier snow late tonight, and that's when the accumulations will happen, probably getting towards midnight and after. It gets out of here tomorrow morning. There may be a couple of lingering flakes from time to time, but the highest accumulations are going to go from the Metroplex north. It's going to turn snowy in the Dallas and Fort Worth area, and tonight, while we add a lot of snow to this from what's coming down, here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you're getting 2 to 4 inches, but you get north, there could be up to half a foot on the ground, 4 to 6 inches on the ground. It doesn't mean it's on the roads, because a lot of that will melt as it's coming down, but certainly in the yard, on the table in the backyard, you could have a nice little snowpack out there. So hour by hour here, there's a shot in Dallas. That's our Dallas shot, and you notice these temperatures right around 32. So maybe we go up a little bit and then just sit there this afternoon. 32, 33 degrees going into tonight. You see everything that's expanded across the area. Again, that pink is the indication of the wintry mix as we get moisture and lift moving into the colder air. Now, high above the ground, we do have a little bit of warm air aloft that kicks in for this afternoon. So that's why we'll probably see a little bit more rain in the afternoon hours in the Dallas and Fort Worth area. I know we're seeing a little snow right now, but that's the cold air. We're going to kind of push that out a little bit before the backside of the storm moves through tonight. That backside of the storm will go east of us tomorrow. So heavy snow moves into Arkansas. It will be cold, but we will dry out tomorrow. Midday and afternoon, if you have to travel, I think the roads will be fine. And then on Saturday, we have the winds coming off the Rockies. Should dry us out, give us more sun. Less cold, but still enough in the morning that we'd be concerned with anything that melts Friday afternoon. That could refreeze Saturday morning. So again, we get our snow tonight. Snow ends early tomorrow morning, but the roads are slick in the morning hours. 7-day forecast, 33 today with that wintry mix. You got the snow coming in for tonight, and then it gets out of here tomorrow. It'll still be below freezing in the morning, so it will be slick in the afternoon. We get the melting. If you're traveling tomorrow afternoon, you're fine. We get some icy spots early Saturday, even potential for a little freezing fog. Then we dry out in the afternoon. It's 46. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday all look pretty quiet.
All right. Thank you for the update. It's about 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock. Ice babies. Local school districts really getting creative with their school cancellation announcements. We're running down a few of our favorites when we come back. You're going to love these. Stay tuned. right, welcome back. So a lot of the schools got creative with their cancellations, and I think Forney ISD winds up with the winner.
I like that
one, yeah.
So check out the video from Forney ISD.
100% for tomorrow it's showing. These predictions aren't good. Oh my goodness. I was just looking at the weather. It's not looking good. And I just looked out my window and it is snowing. It's everywhere. There is snow coming down outside my window.
And then he's like, I just walked out the door.
No, they go, check the sidewalk for ice.
There's ice on the sidewalk.
Yep, there's ice.
Is that not adorable?
That's great.
The staff really getting into it, trying to convince the superintendent to cancel classes. The school says they'll monitor things the next few days.
That's
but
greatness.
I think that was adorable.
All right, so another one in Little Elm. They kind of did something similar. The school weighing the pros and cons of deciding whether to cancel. Take a look.
Okay, I understand. We gotta make a decision. What? Are we gonna stay at school, or are we gonna have to cancel school?
This is a great decision. I think we should stay at school so that we can ride the lunch train down that hill. We have to make
Ride the lunch trays down the hill. Yeah, that makes sense. Ultimately, that decision came down to a very serious game of rock, paper, scissors.
Perfect.
And the district is now closed down for the day.
So cute. Brock ISD, shout out to them as well. They use the power of song to announce their closure. Take a look.
Ice, space. Brock ISD is closed. Ice, space. Brock ISD is closed.
We out. That one is so funny,
awesome.
too.
That was my
School noted
favorite.
the unpredictability of the weather, and that was a difficult decision to shut down, but say, hey, just for the safety of students and staff, we out of here.
Yeah, and with some of the outlying area videos that we've seen so far in Texon cameras.
It was a good decision. Especially you don't want kids stuck at school or people having to get out and about. So, final check of the weather with Evan for this crew. So
we're going to take a break.
I'll be looking at some shutdown highways still.
Okay. We'll be right back.
All right, what we're looking at, obviously, the color coding on the radar. I just checked DFW. They're reporting a mix of sleet and snow right now. And when we say wintry mix does include sleet and snow and some rain. And the more rain is down south, but even in Ellis County, it's rain and a sleety mix. But there's definitely snow out there on the radar. All indications are we are going to slowly warm this afternoon at the mid-levels, so we should become like a 33-degree rain later today in the Metroplex, and then it's going to change over to more snow tonight. You got the idea. Here's the 7-day forecast. And, of course, we're going to have a lot more with Dylan coming up on the 10. He's going to be doing weather for a long, long time.
Yeah. I'm going to be hanging out on the 10 as well. We have some troubles to deal with still in Haltom City on the North Loop, 183 in the Euless area. Brand new crash worth noting. And then this is Highway 114. You can see how all the eastbound traffic is shut down as you move over to the 114 merged with 183. That's where that 18-wheeler crash is. So that's prompting the closure here in the detour to Loop 12 instead. That is likely going to be in play for the majority of the day. Everything up in Plano on northbound 75 Central just cleared around the George Bush Turnpike. So at least one spot getting a little bit better. Well, obviously the roadways are still treacherous.
Yeah, and everything that we've seen, Chip, I will tell you, I mean, I realized we got cold this morning. We're sitting around 31 degrees, which is technically, you know, the roads tend to stay wet, but you always have to be careful. You can come back to us on camera, Ben. Not that I want to direct from the set, but you can come back to us. We're just talking here. But what we are seeing is, at least the indications are, we'll go up a degree this afternoon. So things won't get worse. This isn't a situation where it's going to get colder as time goes on. It should get at least, or keep the same temperatures or go up a degree.
But snow starts tonight again, heavy snow.
Yes, the heaviest stuff,
Even if it changes to rain for a few hours this afternoon, and in the populated areas it will change back to snow tonight, overnight. So by tomorrow morning you wake up and it's people that don't have the snow right now will have the snow. Metroplex 2 to 4 inches, areas north 4 to 6 inches.
Yeah, there's definitely a line, as you pointed out, Lauren, for sure. Everything out west, bad. Up in Wise County, pretty rough on the roads. In Denton County, too, really, for the most part. But you get into sections of Fort Worth and over into Dallas, especially south of LBJ, for example, in Dallas. Roadways are just simply wet. There's not a lot of accumulation.
It was real clear from your traffic maps that as it started to snow, every place where it was snowing all turned yellow. So everybody got the clue to
Take
slow
it
down.
easy, be safe, stay warm. We'll be back here tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.
Have a good day.
Vanilla ice baby in the snow. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen.
I mean, no disrespect to the people they just had on Good Day, but this guy is creative.
Respect. I mean, I don't know how long this took, but very impressive. Obviously, a recreation of the dance from Vanilla Ice's Ice Ice Baby. We just spent way too long trying to make the most simple TikTok, and this just, why does anybody else try when we have artists like this out there?
This is Rudy Willingham who posted the video. He is an artist. He's got several stop-motion recreations with various mediums. I mean, I wonder, like, does Vanilla Ice get some sort of royalty check this time of year? I mean, I feel like we're just going to hear this song over and over again. Hopefully not too much. It's not too bad out there. I mean, I feel like, and by the way, viewers, you're welcome. We are so prepared for this winter storm that the winter storm is so far very manageable. Had we not prepared,
yes,
it would have been a real nightmare.
Although, I mean, did you see any of Chip's reports? The roads get really messy,
the roads are
especially
rough,
on those overpasses.
Yeah,
so
people forget, right?
Yeah, for all the people hanging at home and watching us, we appreciate it. Welcome to the 10. It is Thursday, January 9th. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, too. So we were just talking in the tease for the show. So what, the last time had to be like the 20th of...
When we were doing reindeer games.
We were doing reindeer games, yeah.
Duking it out. Those were fun, by the way.
Yeah, and then you were off, and then I was in Vegas, and now here we are.
And you came back from Vegas early.
We did. We came back early. Well, we were supposed to come back this afternoon, and, you know, we took one look at the winter weather and thought, you know what, if we... Because here's the thing about Vegas. when you're ready to go, it's time to go.
Wrap it
like,
up.
you do not want, and it's already like, so I was there it was supposed to be Saturday to Thursday, which is a long time in Vegas. And when you're ready to go, you want to go. If we had gotten stuck there, I mean, we would have been there till like Sunday.
Yeah, one of the, and the Consumer Electronics Show is always in Vegas, right?
Yeah, so it's in Vegas. It's a huge, I mean, it's really, it's the only place that can house everybody. It's a huge event. It's still going on until Friday. We're going to have actually some more coverage from it this morning on the show. And then tomorrow, I'm working on what should be a pretty fun segment about some of the not so great things.
Well, we're happy we have you back here safely, and happy we still get to see
you. And you as well.
going on
Welcome back. I heard Costa Rica was a blast.
A lot warmer than it is here, that's for sure. It was a rude awakening getting off the plane with sandals on, but yeah, we've acclimated. All right, check out this video from earlier this morning. This is out of Central Plano. This one was sent to us by our segment producer, Melinda. We're going to have more details on the timeline of this weather and what you can expect in your area from Dylan. He'll be timing out both today and tomorrow, and then things should soften after that.
Yeah, you know, we do want to note that we understand that there is a big weather event happening, so we're going to make sure to bring as much of that to you during this hour as we can. Wintry weather means our reporters are going to be out there braving the cold to give you the information that you need. Peyton Yeager is our 10 friend today. We're going to talk to her. She loves a good coat, about her cold weather essentials when she's out in the field. I saw, I posted something about a coat that I'd seen in Vegas, and she immediately was blowing up my phone like, I need that coat. It's so beautiful.
That is amazing. Yeah, when it comes to winter gear, Peyton has it all. And speaking of braving the cold, another one of our reporters, Paige Ellenberger, has been out this morning for Good Day doing live shots there. How you doing, Paige?
Oh, hey, guys. Yeah, so nice to talk to you, Steve. I do want to talk to you directly, though. I'm a big fan of yours, Steve. You know, you're my buddy. We sit next to each other at work. We're on last call together a lot. Come on, man. I consider you a good friend. And when I heard that you were going to be at CES this week, I knew I had an opportunity to potentially host the 10 toward the end of the week. And boy, when I found out it was the same day, it was just going to dump snow on Dallas, I was quite excited. You know, man, I'm going to stay in studio, miss all the snow. Let me show you what I'm seeing. Let me show you what I'm seeing. Currently, driving back from Denton. Do you see me, Steve? Do you see this? I have a hat on. I have my scarf, big jacket. So thank you, my friend, for letting me come on and join. But no, it's been great. It's actually really cool to see snow like this here in Dallas. I was talking to our Good Day viewers just an hour ago saying how, you know, it was really cool. I was up in Pennsylvania just a few weeks ago, and snow just like this fell. And you're used to that, right, up north. But here in Texas, you don't see snow like this so often. So while it is very dangerous out on the roadways right now, we're taking it slow. It's just a lot of fun to see. So I'm excited to get home, take these wet socks off, drink more hot cocoa, and just enjoy a cozy day. And nice to see you back, Steve.
You're like so happy.
You know, for what it's worth, it is a little chilly in here, and I need someone to refill my coffee. So I feel your pain. It's been a rough morning for all of us. It's been a rough morning.
Well, we thank you for braving the cold. I'm happy to see you're at least in a car for now.
Come on,
yes.
Shannon's at the high five. Come on, you're good.
You know, why don't you go out there, Steve?
Oh,
it's so
no,
easy.
thanks.
All right, we'll see you soon, Paige. Okay, so this Australian content creator took to TikTok with some advice for restaurants when it comes to their Google listings. Take a look.
We need to normalise in 2025 is restaurants updating their Google listings to include what time the kitchen closes as opposed to what time the restaurant closes. Because tell me why, I went out for a movie the other night with my friends, it finished, we were like, let's go get a bite to eat. I find this restaurant, it looks great. It's a 15-minute walk away, it closes at 10 p.m. It's currently 8:30. I'm like, come on girls, let's go. We could probably make it in 12 if we really tried. We get there, we're sweating, we're starving, we're ready to spend our hard-earned money because we have just trekked it through Narnia to get here. It's 8:45. I go, can I get a table for 5, please? She goes, sorry, the kitchen closed at 8:30.
Ooh. Okay, he went on to say that they just ended up leaving and going to another restaurant, but obviously that situation left him fuming. He says that if the information had been made available online, this wouldn't have happened.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts here. So first of all...
Happy New Year.
Okay, first up, he was like, oh, look, it's only 12 minutes away. We can get there no problem on the front end. Then when he gets there and the restaurant's closed, he's like, we have been to Narnia and back to get to this place, right? Which a minute ago was only just a little while away. And here's the other thing, too. So I didn't listen to the soundbite before the show. I totally thought this was going to be the opposite. I thought this was going to be like a chef at a restaurant telling people we should post when the kitchen closes so that you don't walk in here at 10 o'clock expecting that, you know, you're going to order food and the kitchen also closes at 10 and you want a 5-course meal. So commenters on the post, by the way, agreed with this guys, adding that when the kitchen closes at 8:30 for a restaurant that closes at 10, that is a little early. Like, why are you open?
I totally agree.
Unless it's a bar. Is this really a restaurant?
Right, and is it like the kitchen closes, but yeah, then maybe you can get like drinks later on? I don't know. I've seen pictures of Australia. I've seen the animals there. I have seen the species. I do believe they trek through Narnia to get there. Who knows what's coming out of those
I'm sure
streets?
downtown Sydney is a real pain in the neck to traverse.
I mean, have you seen their spiders?
I've been to Sydney. We've lived to tell the tale.
And? I don't know.
And you know what? We ate early and we're in bed by 9 o'clock like regular people.
But I do think closing an hour and a half early is a bit of a stretch. So I do think if a restaurant has that type of a policy where it's, I don't know, what would you say, more than like a half hour before close?
Yes.
I think it would help both parties to know that. I'm sure the employees there probably get sick of people coming in looking for food and then having to repeat, sorry, kitchen closes here, kitchen closes here, and then having to turn away all this business and their tips.
Well, and you would think that, right, like that's clearly not the first time this has happened.
For sure.
Like you need to figure it out. So one commenter saying, I went to a pub or restaurant that closed at midnight. The kitchen closed at 7. Well, okay, I do understand. Like if it's a pub, you should expect that the kitchen closes and then you drink. Like
the pub would be open later.
After undergrad, before I went to grad school, I lived in London for a while and worked as a bartender. And we served food, but we served food till 7, and the pub was open until midnight or 1 o'clock or whatever it was.
And I do think some pubs as well will just change to a limited menu for things
like a
that
bar
are just
menu.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anything you can throw in a fryer.
I mean, I feel like since it is different, there are so many discrepancies. I don't see why it would be such a big deal to just add that disclaimer in so it's at least available. That way, if you're that employee and you're dealing with those questions, you can be like, it's on the website. Not my problem. I don't know what to tell you.
As our producer says, it's in the packet. Read it. All right.
Go there.
We want
Check
to know,
your email.
What do you think? Should restaurants add their kitchen hours to the Google listing? Yes or no? I think yes. Why not? More information, the better. You can vote by scanning the QR code on your screen or by going to fox4news.com/vote.
All right, here's a look at what's trending at 10. An Instagram user found AI-generated images of himself while scrolling through his feed.
According to the user who posted about his shock to Reddit, the images were created after he used Meta AI to edit a selfie. He added that the platform started using my face on ads targeted at me. These are the AI photos he shared. Only the account holder can see the post, apparently, labeled Imagined for You. It's part of the app's Imagine feature. Redditors were not too thrilled about the feature, with some calling it a little bit creepy. One user wrote, I'd throw my phone away from me. A Meta spokesperson told CNET that the company is actually just testing new tools that use artificial intelligence to gauge public interest and whether it would be useful to users. To opt out, you can select the little dots at the top right-hand corner of your Imagine for You post and then select Stop Seeing This Content. How are you feeling?
This is so Black Mirror and freaky. I don't know how I feel about it. The only time that I really like AI when it comes to marketing tools, obviously those targeted ads that we get sometimes, I think they're pretty helpful. But I also like when they have features where you can test like glasses on your face, or you can even test out different like lipstick colors using your actual face. I find it to be a useful tool for that. This, I don't know how I feel.
But listen, folks, where do you think this stuff is going, right? They're like, oh my gosh, Chinese hackers just, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, yes, because everybody in the country just said, you know what, I would like to see what I look like as a pineapple, and like took a picture of their face and sent it to China, right?
You remember everybody doing like their babies, being like, here's me, here's my partner.
Or what about when you're like, you know what, how would that sofa look in my living room? Let me upload a picture of the inside of my house to the internet, to God knows who, and then wonder about how my house got broken and how they knew how to get into my house. Like,
we just had to see that dog filter on her face.
Exactly.
They should have like a social security number filter, and I guarantee some people would be like, well, I was curious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say for this, I mean, he said, they're targeting you, so only you can, like, imagined for you, right? Like,
Yeah.
so they're targeting you to say, hey, like, you can use this for these other things. We're not actually using these. It was kind of worded not great, the way he worded it on Reddit. They weren't using your face in advertisements for the general public. They were targeting you by saying, hey, you use the Imagine
Picture yourself
filter.
here.
Picture yourself here, do this, do that.
Which
So-
is still kind of, I don't know.
But there's, again, there are consequences to doing this kind
but
of
hey,
stuff.
we've all fallen victim. I mean, didn't you do that like headshot producer? I feel like all of those things where you upload photos of yourself and then it produces images of you.
Well, when we were showing, we did a segment about like the you know, why you shouldn't get the 16 because your phone already does AI stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we said, hey, look at the Imagine Me, and I was like, look, here's me as a male model, here's me as a doctor, here's me as Hannah, you know, like whatever the case may be, knowing full well that you know.
What's
but I feel
gonna
like for
happen?
us though, like my voice is all over the internet by virtue of what we do for a living, as is my face. I have a podcast. How many, you know, things do we have posted? I mean, every episode of my show at night is on. Our show is on. I mean,
You're like, I'm going to be upset at this point if someone
sailed.
doesn't take
Seriously,
my image.
right. When I go somewhere and people, I'm like, no, nobody hears the voice? No, nobody? Okay.
I don't know, but don't you get ever like weirded out hearing your voice out of place or somewhere you're not expecting it?
Yes.
Because
so if
I will.
People are always like, oh, do you, like, what's it like seeing yourself on TV? And I'm like, it doesn't faze me. But if I'm somewhere like out, so a friend of mine sent me a picture the other day. He was at Moxie's, which I haven't been to, but I hear everybody goes.
You're missing
and
out.
he posted he sent me a picture, and they were playing Last Call. So like when
Gotcha.
people send me when I'm unexpectedly on in places I don't expect to be on, that part is always.
And I feel like that's clearly what this was. This guy was like, okay, maybe knew what I was doing. I think all of us have some sort of awareness about it. At this point, we should. And I think it was just catching him off guard, which, you know, it happens. Yeah. All right, so this little video is from earlier this morning. Good Day reporter Peyton May made this mini snowman in between her live shots. So cute. And she shared a picture. I think she was asking viewers what she should name him. I don't know if she's given him a name yet, but if you would like to submit any ideas, send it. I think she should do something with like a cute little name since he's just a little guy.
Look how nice her shot looks too, with the little flakes on her hair.
Looks so good.
We've got Dylan Federico in this morning because we know you're keeping an eye on the weather. So are we. The 10 is back right after this.
we should interpretive dance this song. Cold winds, just breezes.
Breeze.
Yeah.
It's really not, I mean, I know that it's cold, and it's certainly cold for Texas, but like it's not that biting. Like when we were talking about this storm coming, I immediately had flashbacks to, what was it, 2021, when we were like just Arctic. I mean,
Yeah,
it's so
it's funny you say
cold.
that, because so many people with the big bowl game tomorrow have been comparing this to 2011.
For the Super Bowl.
I think any time there's a concern about weather events and a ton of people traveling, I mean, we might know how to operate in the snow, we might know how to drive, but then you factor in all the people maybe coming into town. I mean, thankfully a lot of the Ohioans, is that what they're called?
Sure.
Probably are used to this. But I mean, a lot of outsiders, you might not be. So it can be tough. But yeah, we've been seeing a lot of photos from people. And I know, Dylan, you've just been getting inundated in the Weather Center with a lot of snow photos like this. This is a picture that Lori Brown sent in of her kids playing in the snow. They have a snow day today, as do your kiddos.
My kids do have a snow day. Dylan Federico does not have a snow day. What do you got for us, friend?
Yeah, guys, and we've been getting flooded with pictures and videos, so keep sending them in, and we'll eventually get them on air as well. But here's a couple that we've gotten so far this morning. This is from Todd Lowry up in Lake Bridgeport. Look at the flakes flying out there. This has been a common sight across North Texas this morning, and there is plenty more of where this is coming from as well. I love this video. We got this from Laura Alton up in Highland Village. We got somebody sleighing down the street, and that's only with a little bit of accumulation so far. We'll see more of this as we get later on into today. So let's talk about the rest of the forecast, because over the next 24 hours or so, we'll be dealing with this winter storm, mainly the rest of today into tonight. Significant snow accumulations are expected in DFW and north of Interstate 20 as well. Road conditions are already deteriorating right now, especially north of the Metroplex, and will become even more dangerous later on today. So would strongly advise against travel if you're going to be out and about today. Heading into tomorrow, I do expect some snow melt during the day on Friday as we get above freezing, but there is big concerns Friday night for a lot of that to refreeze with icy spots heading into Saturday morning. All right, so here's the latest. A winter storm warning in effect for the Metroplex. This includes much of North Texas, the rest of the area under a winter weather advisory. And you can see why looking at radar this morning. Wintry mix here in the Metroplex, but mostly snow so far. North of Interstate 20, though, very heavy snow falling from McKinney up towards Denton, back towards Jack, and up along the Red River. Already some very impressive snowfall totals, and this is just going to continue accumulating throughout the day today and into tonight as well. So far, the rain snow line setting up just south of Interstate 20. Later on today, this may work its way a little north before shifting south heading into tonight. Let's zoom into the Metroplex. Have a wintry mix right now ongoing here in Dallas. A bit more snow over towards Fort Worth, and I can confidently say it's all snow. Maybe a few sleet pellets mixed in here and there back up towards Denton and McKinney. But from the videos I've seen so far this morning, very big flakes so far today. So let's talk about the rest of your Thursday. Through midday, through noon, wintry mix continues here in the Metroplex. Snow up along the Red River. I think there is a window later on today, late afternoon to the early evening, where we get some warmer air aloft. We may briefly change back over to cold rain here in DFW, but what happens is as we head into tonight, colder air works its way in aloft, and I do expect us to mostly change over to snow heading into tonight, and this will be our window overnight for those greatest accumulations before this tapers off heading into Friday morning. Let's talk about snowfall totals. The bullseye is going to be up along the Red River, north of DFW, 4 to 6 inches at least. Totals could be higher in isolated spots, and the Metroplex generally 2 to 4 inches, and then a little bit less for everywhere else. But keep in mind, regardless of where you are, this will bring impacts to wherever you live. As far as the timing goes, today, wintry mix, snow, especially north of Interstate 20. Tonight, snow, heavy at times. Accumulations are likely to occur pretty much everywhere. A few lingering flurries early Friday morning, but I think that'll end by Friday afternoon. And then we are concerned about some icy spots on Saturday morning as well, with that snow melt refreezing overnight Friday. And there also may be some freezing fog as well. A quick note on the road conditions, because this is very important. Roads are becoming slick now and will continue to become more dangerous heading into tonight. So I really would advise against any kind of travel the rest of today and into tonight. Things get a little bit better Friday afternoon, though, as we get above freezing. All right, 7-day forecast. We'll be dealing with this winter storm the rest of today into tonight. But as we head into the weekend, our weather improves and we finally get a break with lots of sun, though it does stay chilly through midweek next week. All right, Chip.
Thanks, Dylan. So we have a lot of incidents as a result, and Dylan just mentioned that. So let's take a look at some of these crashes on the slick roadways. On northbound I-35W, you see new trouble here around Barry where a vehicle smacked into the wall. Courtesy Patrol now on the scene, blocking off that right lane. And on southbound 287, cleanup of a crash happening here on an icy overpass, and you can see just the left lane sliding through there. Next stop, the Mid-Cities on 183. Just watched a crash clear from the main lanes around the Highway 10 merge. So when I bring this shot up, what it shows you is just how slushy it is on the roadways. Wet, not necessarily icy right now in that spot, but there are some other areas where it is a little bit more icy. One of the worst spots right now, Highway 114 in the eastbound direction. The roadway is closed at Loop 12, and again, this all stems from an 18-wheeler crash. He took out part of the wall in this area. They have gotten it off the wall, but the cleanup here is going to take several more hours. On LBJ, as one moves over towards the area around the Dallas North Tollway, have had a recent wreck in that area. Wreckers are trying to clear that out. And along I-30, crash just happened in the Fair Park curve. And we've seen this all morning long, guys. Vehicles spinning out, crashing into walls. Just not any fun. Just continue to watch the 10. That's my best advice.
I like where your head's at, Chip.
Some good advice, Chip. Stay warm and stay tuned, right? All right, next up, we're going to introduce you to our 10 friends. Speaking of staying warm, she's in the studio now, but she's got a busy day ahead of her. Next.
All right, welcome back to the 10, and welcome back to Peyton Yeager, our 10 friend of the day. You just pointed out you've been on the 10, 2 of your busiest days at work.
This is my second time on the 10. The first one was election day.
And we were like, hey, teach us how to
second time is snow day. I'm like,
You have nothing else to do today, right?
it's fine. We might as well just shove it all in.
I mean, and a totally different, I appreciate the different look. I'm assuming this is not what you're going out in
Right,
the
I
snow
decided to be kind of put together blazer for you guys.
Blazer Peyton.
And then my shift starts at 2:30, and I'll be out in the snow all day. I'll have a beanie, big parka.
Do you know what you're doing yet? Or like
I'm sure
find the worst spot and go to it pretty much?
I feel like Collin County, I think, is probably what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I think the northern.
I think that's where I was yesterday. I was in Plano. Oh, but I was at the Cotton Bowl 2 days ago in that burnt orange jacket.
I mean, talk about like personal and professional life coming together.
No one made a comment on it. No one made a comment on it.
Nobody, even I got it.
Only my boss, who's an Aggie, but Mr. Bruce Smith, he texted me about it, and that was last night. Yeah. You know, I had to bring out the coat.
I was gonna say, is there like a faux fur store you go to, or is this like
faux fur convention?
Yeah, forget about CES.
Well, speaking of conventions, I was just at CES. I think we have a picture, and I saw a coat, and I was actually making a reference to Sister Act. Do we have the photo? And I posted it. And this one immediately is like blowing up my phone or my DMs. I need that coat.
I'm like, I will Venmo you, go buy that coat.
That is so. But are you still renting coats, or do you just have like a whole closet for them?
This is my peak season.
This is your time to shine.
This is my time to shine, and I work at night, so like 9 and 10 with the lights. Like the coats look so good. So
I appreciate it.
I rent them. However, it's a double-edged sword. Oh my god,
that's an oldie.
That's an oldie but a goodie. I rent them, but I end up buying them because they're so good. Yeah. I don't even know who that person is.
That's a Michelle Pfeiffer moment. A little grease too. Okay, but let me ask you this. So, does it make it easier, like when you're wearing this big, like fur coat? I mean, could you be like t-shirt and jeans underneath?
Yeah, y'all have no idea.
What's under the coat
it's
is
like,
what I want to know.
Usually, I'm a turtleneck and coat. Scarf combo.
Yeah.
That's my go-to probably every night. But underneath that turtleneck is like a t-shirt or like a bodysuit.
Like pajamas.
Like long john wear. You know, y'all have no idea pajamas.
You know what?
Y'all have no idea.
As long as it's a first layer. As long as you're cute in the first layer.
Yeah, we have Kylie's Corner. She does her like top books of the month. I think we need to do like a Peyton's
coat corner.
Coat of the month. Or like top 5 coats of the year or something. I feel like we need some sort of a recap
that
too.
Burnt orange
to appreciate
one is up there.
Was it
that was a rental, but like
is it like
I'm wearing
maybe
it tomorrow.
Maybe I'll add to cart.
Yeah, and then the gray one I always do.
So tomorrow, Cotton Bowl, you're going to the game.
I'm going to the game. I'm so excited. I've been to like 10 games this year, actually.
I was going to say, you were just in Atlanta, weren't you?
I can't stop.
And you know what?
Because the Longhorns can't stop.
I know. I was like, I'm going to go to a few games this year because I finally got weekends off. I got promoted around here.
Nice.
And so it was my first time having the weekends off, so I was like, okay, I'll go to some games. I'll make it down. My family has season tickets. And I've gone to 10.
That's amazing.
This will be my 11th of
It's been a fun season.
Steve's like, how many games are there? They just keep winning, that's the answer.
Well, yeah. Hey, as do you, and your new no weekend schedule has begun.
This,
or is about to begin.
What moment is this?
Oh, that is last week. Last week at the Peach Bowl when Texas beat ASU.
Okay, what is happening here?
Okay, well, it was, if anyone's watching, it's up and down. Like, we missed a field goal to win the game. Then we went into overtime, so I'm screaming. It's not fun to sit next to me to a game. People are like, I want to go to a game with me. That's what you're going to get. That right there, scream, is my friend Olivia. So, yeah, then that's when we won.
Cool.
It's funny, when you came into the studio today, I was like, do you have a cold? And you're like, no, I think it's from the Peach Bowl.
Same. Everyone, I have a little bit of like nasally because we've been out in the cold weather all week. But I think the voice is still gone from a week ago.
And probably not going to get better after tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is don't stand next to me. Like at the Peach Bowl, there was like a 14-year-old girl next to me. She's probably scarred.
She's like, I don't know about this.
Yes.
Well, stick around because we're going to be continuing our fashion segments with you.
Really?
Friends deciding what's in and out for the new year.
Okay.
Perfect. We'll see you in a minute. We'll start with the double-breasted blazer here. I mean, she's.
We'll be right back after this.
a game around here. We're going to play a little game called In or Out. Are you in?
I'm in.
All right.
I'm in too.
Perfect. Okay,
I'm out.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at some trends from last year, and we're going to see if we're going to carry them into the 2025 year. Okay, sound good? What's first? I think we're doing Brat. Remember Brat Girl Summer? In or out?
I don't know. I love Charlie XCX. That's so like millennial of me. Do you know who that is?
What is it? I don't know that I like you here anymore.
I don't know. I think a new thing will come for summer, though.
Yeah.
Like this was Brat Girl Summer, then it was Hot Girl Summer. I think it'll be new.
I think it was, I think it ran its course.
Listen, we did it. It got saturated. It's done.
We have no more green for anybody to wear.
Oh my
the color doesn't look good on very many
and
people.
frankly, like the biggest example that they tried to do with it did not succeed, right? I mean,
the Kamala Harris campaign.
Everyone was all about Kamala Harris and her Brat campaign, and then you lost. So I feel like
but
Brat
she
stays
will
where it
be at the Grammys next month, so I think it's gonna run until like the Grammys, and then it'll be done.
Okay, how about this? Barrel jeans. You know the jeans where it's like on the outside, they're kind of curved, if that makes sense?
I've seen it.
Or out?
I don't think they were in to begin with.
I think only like a few people could pull it off.
I agree with that.
You have really long legs and you're very thin. So
I don't have any, but I do like them, but I don't think they were like ever in.
I don't think they were a thing. I think a few people wore them on Instagram or TikTok, and we were all like, oh my gosh, look at this, and then nobody else bought
But Steve, the game is not were these ever in.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We'd like to change the rules.
Okay, how about this? Fake freckles. Whether or not they've been in before.
Okay.
I think they're in. I think Cindy Crawford made them in a million years ago, and they will never be out.
You know, I used to do a
actually,
little
hers was
fake
a mole
on my face.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Hers was a mole. The fake freckles.
Fake mole.
I think they're still in.
Have you?
No, I've never done it. I've never done the fake freckles.
I have freckles, and I've always tried to cover them up with makeup. Even since like I first started wearing makeup, I've never liked them. So this trend is funny to me, but I'm happy about it.
I just cover it with makeup. I'm like, okay,
yeah.
Okay, here's one for the guys. White crew socks. In or out? Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of these are. Come on. Now, what do we think? I want your opinion as females when you see a guy in like a white crew sock and shorts.
Oh, I think I'm too old. That's like frat boy summer.
Seasonal.
Maybe no.
I don't know how I feel about that visual.
I don't like
What kind of socks does Kevin wear when he wears sneakers?
I actually have never.
Is he wearing ankle socks?
About it.
Is he an ankle sock or is he a tube sock?
It has to be ankle socks because I've never actually noticed.
As long as his toes aren't out, then like all is well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like a black crew sock with a short.
I know you are. I know you are. And that we need to discuss after the show.
Is that what this is all about? Is that why we're doing this? To bring us to this moment?
Maybe.
Yeah, Steve, we all love you.
I'm of an age where like you find something you like and that's just what it is now. I pushed pause on fashion and that's what it's gonna. Or sock fashion at least.
No.
What, you like a no-show sock?
I'm a no-show sock. Person on guys.
I have really nice calves though that look better.
I knew he was going to say that. I honestly was going to make a comment, but I didn't want to get in trouble.
You've seen them.
What's so nice about your calves?
I do.
They're kind of muscular.
Look, there's a lot to carry around. They got to work out every day.
No wonder why you've been wanting to do more workout segments on the 10. You're like, come on, I got to show my stuff.
Well, because that's the one muscle I feel like guys who like work out obsessively at the gym and just can't. Like calves are something that they're very hard to grow. You either genetically have them or you don't.
So when you said
the white
crew
to my
sock,
arms.
This is about guys, what you meant is I'm asking for myself. What I want to know is it okay?
No crew sock.
All right, this next one, I don't even know what this is. Colorful pimple patches?
Yeah, I do this.
What?
Yeah, I do this.
Oh yeah, pimple misspelled, but
wait,
our bad. You know those little star. Have you ever seen people wear like star stickers on their faces?
I do this. 100%.
If you're 8.
No. Hi, me over here. I do this. I go to like Walgreens.
If you have a pimple.
I walk my dog, and it's
put like a star sticker over it.
It's not actually a sticker. It's like an absorbent. They're called pimple patches, and they basically like absorb whatever is underneath the layer of your skin.
They work really well.
Clear up acne.
I'm for this.
And you wear them in public.
I mean, not like out to get margaritas with friends, but if I run to CVS or run to Whole Foods or walk my dog, it's on there.
Interesting.
You know what?
Okay.
This is
I'll
when
let you have
I
it.
miss wearing masks. Because I'll wear them, but I would always cover them up. And so whenever I had the mask on, it was like, you don't know what's going on
Don't let
underneath
people
there.
judge.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Well, thanks for hanging with us,
Thanks,
Peyton.
guys.
Yeah.
He is concerned. He's like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Stick to
I'll
the
have to show
coats.
you
The
some
coats are A+.
Thank you.
The coats are A+. Hey, have a good and stay safe out there.
Thank you so much.
It's
I'll
going to be
see
cold.
y'all here later.
Hopefully hand warmers.
We'll be watching.
So many
Something. Yeah, hats, earmuffs.
All right, speaking of the weather, we've got another check on it when the 10 comes right back.
Hey, Dylan.
Welcome back. Well, I've been seeing all the pictures of the snow.
Yeah.
Everyone doing.
Do we have any live
home.
shots we can pull up? Do we have any live views of outside? Because I know a lot of people were saying, okay, they're closing school. It's so,
Yeah, here's the tower
but
camera there.
Here's why.
There it is. And thankfully, what I like about this is the roads going both directions look good. I mean, from here, we can't see the slick spots.
Right.
We know they're out there. We've been hearing about the accidents.
Well, it's nice. It's nice that the roads have been warm enough that the snow is sticking to kind of the surface streets and maybe to the grass and stuff.
Well,
but this is why the schools were closed today. I know everyone was, including myself. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Thursday? Like, come on.
And you know the good thing about sticky snow? You can make snowmen with it.
And it's fun to play in.
This is snowball snow right here. So, I mean, even if we get a couple of days of it, go ahead and enjoy it. We're going to get back over to Dylan. I know you've been looking at this radar all week long. It really hasn't changed too much as far as snow projections. But what are you seeing now?
That dog in back of you is having a ball.
Yeah, look, if I was off work today, this would be me out in the snow, enjoying everything. But this is a very common sight across the DFW area this morning. So far, this event overachieving a bit. Camera doesn't lie, right? You can see plenty of snow there accumulating. in the grass back there. And we have plenty of videos. This is another one of a nice kid sledding there. Those accumulations will go up even more, though, heading into the rest of the day. So let's talk about the forecast a bit. So this winter storm, this is going to continue through the rest of today and into tonight as well. Significant snow accumulations look likely, especially north of DFW and Interstate 20. It's already happening, and this will continue through the rest of the afternoon into tonight before tapering off tomorrow morning. Road conditions are already dangerous out there and will continue doing so through the rest of tonight as well. So I would advise against doing any driving out there. If you don't have anything important to do, just stay home today. And then one other concern, there's going to be some snow melt heading into Friday. This will remelt or refreeze heading into Friday night. So Saturday morning, we are worried about some slick spots as well. So we have a winter storm warning in effect for much of North Texas. This includes the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Obviously, this is justified from what we've seen on radar and from the numerous pictures and videos being sent in. By the way, if you have pictures or videos of the snow, send them in. We're combing through them as quickly as possible, and we're going to get as many as we can on air today. Please. All right, so here's what's going on radar right now. Look at the big picture. The rain-snow line has set up right along, if not just south of Interstate 20. The general thinking is later on today, some warmer air aloft may shift this northward temporarily. So I wouldn't be surprised in Dallas, Fort Worth, if we briefly change over to a cold rain this afternoon before shifting back over to snow heading into tonight. But just looking at everything as a whole, very heavy snow right now falling north of Interstate 20 in places like Jacksboro, Decatur, Plano, McKinney, northern Dallas and Tarrant counties as well, and even back further off to the northeast as well towards Greenville and Bonham as well. Further south, I've been seeing reports of rain towards Palestine and then a wintry mix back over towards Stephenville and Eastland as well. All right, zooming into the Metroplex, getting a little bit of a lighter break right now in Dallas. Heavier snow, though, ongoing on the Fort Worth area up towards Decatur. Got a great video from there. I meant to get it into the show, but we'll get into the next hit. But also snow back over towards McKinney. And the traffic cameras have been very impressive as well with accumulations, and road conditions will continue going downhill for the rest of today. So here's what we're thinking today during the day. Here in the Metroplex, a wintry mix of sleet, wet snow, maybe some rain at times. Further south, mainly rain, maybe a few sleet pellets. But north of Interstate 20, no doubt it has been snow so far today, and that will likely remain the case. Tonight, heavy snow up there to our northeast along the Red River, even northern parts of the Metroplex as well. Pretty much everybody changing over to snow in some fashion before this tapers off heading into Friday morning. Let's talk about totals once again. The bullseye looks to be up along the Red River and north of Interstate 20. Should pick up on an additional 2 to 4 inches here in the Metroplex as well, with some lighter totals south of Interstate 20 and back over into the big country as well. Let's talk about the timing of this. Today, a wintry mix, snow north of Interstate 20. We'll see a changeover to snow, heavy at times with accumulations tonight, with a few lingering flurries into Friday morning. We're also concerned about those icy spots on Saturday morning as well. All right, 7-day forecast. Take a look. You can see 34 today. Winter storm impacting the area. This will linger into Friday morning. I would just stay in the rest of today. Heading into Saturday, though, there will be some ice early, some freezing fog possible, especially to the northeast as well. Heading into the rest of the week, though, you can see plenty of sun, though we do stay quite chilly through midweek next week. And we'll see. Here's Chip.
Thanks, Dylan. So let's go right up into, and look at the stark difference. Snow, ice issues no ice issues. But even where we don't have ice issues, that doesn't mean you don't have bad crashes. And we'll get to that in a second. Love the shot we have here of I-35E around North Texas Boulevard because it's a great illustration of what folks up in Denton County, Wise County, out and further west are having to deal with. Conditions are rough right now. Again, you can move on the roadways. I suggest, though, you just stay put where you are and don't venture out on these slick and wet surfaces. Driver of an 18-wheeler ended up crashing in the transition area of 114 and 183. That tractor trailer was just cleared. That's been a problem for the last 4+ hours, but they still have a lot of issues to take care of before they can reopen that transition. So all traffic is detoured at Loop 12 Walton Walker. I mentioned how some of the roadways are just simply wet, but that doesn't mean you don't get into bad crashes. Here's a great example. Northbound on I-45 approaching Overton. A wreck scattered across the roadway. Yes, that is a jackknifed 18-wheeler that sustained some heavy damage, and heavy-duty wreckers moving into the area. We're watching a temporary closure right now of all the main lanes as a result of the movement in that area. So coming up from Wilmer and Hutchins, please note that. Northbound on Highway 67, not nearly as major of an issue, but we do have a crash on the right side of the roadway where, again, vehicle hits a slick spot, spins out. It's just no fun. Stay home. Continue to watch the 10.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Chip, and you made the right call getting back from CES a little early because of this weather.
You know, I think it was Tuesday, looked at the forecast in Dallas and said we can either get out now or we can be trapped here until the weekend possibly. So, but we did get to visit a lot of great things. We also checked out some of LG's latest displays. They invited us to one of their private showrooms, so we're going to take a look at that right after the break.
Yeah. Technology once reserved for LG's expensive OLED displays is now coming to their new QNED line.
So it's going to really be a game changer for where you can place your television set. I had to head out a little early from CES to get back before the bad weather, but before we left, they invited us for a close look at their new displays. LG Electronics makes some of the most beautiful and high-tech televisions on the market today. We got invited here to their private showroom to really get an up-close and personal look. I want to show you a few things, but there's one thing in this room that's a real showstopper and could be a game changer for the next television purchase that you make. First up, you're going to see beautiful displays here for like this LG QNED Evo AI. This is a mini LED with dynamic QNED color. Over here, take a look at this. If supersize is really what you want to get into, this is a 100-inch QNED television, and it's so beautiful because it's so flat, and that's what it's going to look like hanging on the wall. Take a look over here at their mounting system. The mounts are actually inside the back of the set. That way you actually hang this right on the wall, so there's absolutely zero gap. The other thing too, which is really great, if maybe you've got a really big credenza that you can fit this on, the feet on the bottom are adjustable, so no matter how big your piece of furniture is, you can make sure that this fits comfortably. Now, here's the really cool part. I want you to walk with me onto the other side of the room here, because this could be a design game changer for all sorts of people. It's all about wireless technology. So over here we have their OLED televisions, and they're beautiful, right? Who wouldn't want one? But they can get kind of expensive. Well, now the same wireless technology that makes these so incredible is now available on QNED. Take a look at this over here. This is the world's first true wireless LCD television, the LG QNED Evo AI. It looks beautiful, but here's the real magic. Take a look inside here, and you can see all the magic happens in this box right here. So this is the Zero Connect box, which means you can take this and it will wirelessly communicate with your television. So all of your components get hooked up to the box. This could be 30 feet away, way on the other side of the room, and it will wirelessly transmit everything you need right to your television. So what does that mean for you as a consumer? Well, how many of you have your television hanging over the fireplace in your home? There's nowhere to put your Blu-ray player, your gaming console, all those HDMI components that you want. Well, now you don't have to worry about that. You can have them anywhere in the room, up to 30 feet away. Plug it into the box. The box will then wirelessly communicate with this television, making it a really premium choice for consumers. This particular product not quite out on the market yet. They're talking about perhaps Q2, so stay tuned to LG.
I learned so much vocabulary there. Thank you, Steve.
Right, it's OLED QNED.
Do you have any favorites from CES?
I mean, listen, LG does such a beautiful job with displays, and they always have some really cool stuff. The big manufacturers, what's always interesting to me about CES is how some of the ideas for the big manufacturers come from like the mom and pop inventors who are saying, we'd like to do this, and then somebody takes note of what you're doing, then they develop the technology and sell it to somebody bigger, and then now all of a sudden it appears in our everyday lives. So there's a lot of assistive stuff, a lot of AI stuff. I will say as well for CES, there's a lot of things with kind of unnecessary features. It's more to break, more to, more to be fragile. And we're going to talk more about that tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. All right, final check of the weather after this. back, let's get a final check of the weather with Dylan. 100% on the screen. We don't see that too often.
I can confirm looking out the window, 100%. So look, winter storm rest of today, tonight. Snow should taper off tomorrow morning, but I am concerned about some icy spots on Saturday morning as well. So bottom line is stay inside today, avoid the roads if possible, and our weather will improve nicely heading into the weekend.
All right, and of course, we're going to have continued weather coverage all day and night here on Fox 4. We do want to real quick take a look at our question of the day results here. Look at that. 92% of you saying restaurants should add the kitchen hours to their Google listing. I think it's a great idea. Works out well for both sides of the equation. Again, we want to remind you, download that weather app and stay tuned. We've got a lot of wintry weather headed your way. We'll keep you safe.
Take care, everyone.
Hey, Dylan.
All right, meteorologist Dylan Federico here in the Fox 4 Weather Center. We're going to do a Q&A here in just a couple of minutes. First, I just want to run through where we stand right now with our weather. And then once I get through that, I will happily answer all of your questions. Obviously, a big winter storm ongoing right now across North Texas. This will continue through tonight as well. We are expecting significant accumulations along and north of Interstate 20. This has already started and will only worsen throughout the rest of this event. On top of that, dangerous road conditions. We've been looking at numerous traffic cameras here with Chip, and the roads are quickly going downhill, especially in some of our northern counties as well. So a quick side note, somebody's got this on video, just hearing the feedback. Can we turn this down? Anyway, snow melt is a major concern heading into Friday night. All right, so right now we have winter storm warnings in effect for much of North Texas. This does include the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Winter weather advisory in effect for the rest of the area. Let's go ahead and look at radar and see where we stand at the moment. So looking at the big picture, the winter storm is ongoing across North Texas at this time. The rain-snow line has set up just south of Interstate 20, just based on the current radar and what we've seen from local reports and your pictures as well. But obviously the thing that sticks out is that very heavy band of snow north of Interstate 20. We've already seen some big accumulations back from Jacksboro over to Decatur, Denton, McKinney, even up along the Red River as well. Some of that snow piling up along the roadways as well. So road conditions already dangerous, and they will only continue to get worse as we head into the rest of this afternoon, into tonight, and continuing into tomorrow morning as well. So here's what we're thinking for the rest of today. A wintry mix ongoing here in the Metroplex. North of Interstate 20, primarily snow. And then further off to the southeast towards Palestine, Mejia, Waco. Mainly just a cold rain. Let's walk through this for you on Futurecast because I just want to kind of break this down a bit more. So through lunchtime, no big changes, primarily snow north of Interstate 20. A lot of wintry mix here in DFW, and then further south rain. And mid-afternoon, things do get a little bit interesting. I think that we'll see some warmer air work its way in, and I would not be surprised one bit if we changed over to rain for a little while here in Dallas and some immediate areas along I-20 as well. But as we head later on into the evening hours, colder air starts working its way in, and I do expect most of us to change back over to snow completely. And the rest of the evening hours into tonight, that's going to be our window for much of the area for the greatest snowfall accumulation. So while some of you are seeing some snow right now, the majority of the area will see a much bigger window for snow heading into tonight. And some of those accumulations could be quite heavy, especially in the Metroplex and up along the Red River as well. All right, so here's midnight, rain-snow mix continuing down to the southeast. Snow here in the Metroplex and snow along the Red River. This continues through 3 a.m., but by 6 it starts to taper off. But it does look like there will be some lingering flurries into mid-morning tomorrow before things finally settle down heading into the second half of Friday. So once again, wintry mix for the rest of this afternoon. This will continue through tonight and end tomorrow morning. As far as snowfall totals go, up along the Red River, 4 to 6 inches at least. I would not be surprised one bit if these totals ended up being on the low side. In the Metroplex, 2 to 4 inches, and then 1 to 3 inches further off to the south. But like I said, these totals could easily end up being on the low side, and we could end up seeing more. But regardless of where you are on this map, any snow accumulation is significant and impactful and will impact travel conditions as well. Breaking down the timing a bit more, a wintry mix for the rest of today. Mainly snow, though, north of Interstate 20. But tonight is when we'll see our window for much heavier snow. Accumulations are expected overnight. There will be a few lingering flurries tomorrow morning. We'll see some snow melt, though, Friday afternoon, but I am concerned about that melt refreezing heading into Friday night, and that will make for some slick roads heading into Saturday morning as well. And then finally, Sunday, we get a break from this. Breaking down the road conditions a bit more, obviously wintry mix and snow ongoing now. Roads will continue becoming slick for the rest of today. Tonight, road conditions do become dangerous, especially with snow heavy at times setting itself up across the area. The snow does taper off tomorrow morning, but road conditions will remain dangerous, especially since many spots will be below freezing. And then finally, heading into Friday afternoon, things do get a little bit better, but as things get above freezing, but then Saturday morning, we are worried about refreezing once again. All right, so let's talk about what's going on right now. It is cold out there, below freezing in the Metroplex, 31 Fort Worth, 31 DFW Airport, Fox 4, we're at 32. So at least in the Metroplex, temperatures right around freezing, which is allowing some of this snow to stick. You can see behind over at DMS, a lot more snow up that way. So we are seeing some pretty big accumulations, especially north of us from Interstate 20. The rest of today into tonight, wintry mix continues changing over to all snow tonight. Temperatures will be hovering in the lower 30s for the rest of today and into tonight as well, before finally tapering off tomorrow morning. So it's going to stay cold out there, and I would recommend staying inside. As far as the 7-day forecast goes, really, we're just dealing with that winter storm for the next day or so, tapering off tomorrow morning. We are worried about ice heading into Saturday morning as well, but then heading into the weekend and into early next week, highs in the 40s, trending up to the 50s, but still chilly, and at night we're going to be in the 30s as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the radar now and look at some of your questions. Let's see what we're seeing here. Catherine says, lots of snow in Weatherford. The cows are bunched up together. That tells us it's going to get worse. All right. We have Julie in, let's see, Fairview. She says 4 inches of snow already, and it's coming down. All right, let's see. I'm just kind of going through these questions. Send in your questions, by the way. I'm here to answer them. Let's see. Let me just scroll up and see what we mixed. Donna says we're getting some ice and rain south. Okay. Well, let's see. Melissa says heavy snow in Blue Ridge. Sleet and snow in Rowlett. Let's see. Let's go up a little bit further here. All right. Faye says hello from DeSoto.
This is for Instagram.
Hey, everybody. Send in your questions. All right. Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to check the National Weather Service chat as well.
I have some questions.
Okay, hold on. Let's see.
If you want to prop that up. And then,
all right. All right, so what should it say?
We have a few questions. That
All
are
right.
from TikTok.
So, do you have them? Are they on here? Okay.
Yeah, what's the difference between snow, sleet, and freezing rain?
All right, so...
you can still talk.
Okay, so she was asking what the difference was between snow, sleet, and freezing rain. I actually made a graphic for this yesterday, and we can kind of talk about that a little bit. So let me find this. It's in our system. Well, let me pull this up here. So the question is, what's the difference between snow, sleet, and freezing rain? All right, where is this graphic at? I made this just yesterday. Where is it? It is right. Should be right here. Well, if I can't find it, I'll just verbally go through it. But I had a great graphic. Oh, here we go. I got it. All right. So if you look at the screen, let me turn this around really quick. All right. So when it comes to wintry precipitation, it is very complicated. So with rain, the column of air between the cloud and the surface is completely above freezing. So you just get water, and that's why you just have raindrops when it rains, just because it's too warm for frozen. But what happens is when you get freezing rain, starts off as rain because much of the atmospheric column is above freezing, but closer to the surface, if not right on the surface, it actually is at freezing or below freezing. So the rain falls, and then as soon as it makes contact with the roads or anything on the ground, it freezes immediately, and that's how you get very slick spots. Now with sleet, what happens is it may start off as snow, to be honest with you, and then let me just turn this around. We've got multiple cameras here. It may start off as snow, but somewhere in the atmosphere there's warm air, and this melts that snow. And then what happens is, as it falls down further, it goes back into freezing air and refreezes as a frozen water droplet. That's why you get sleet, frozen water droplets, and that's why it makes that loud noise when it hits everything. And then finally, when you get snow, the whole atmospheric column from the cloud all the way to the ground is frozen, and that's why you're able to get snowflakes there as well.
We've got a phone prop for you.
Oh, we have a prop. All right, let's see. Oh, perfect. All right, cool.
We have another question.
All right, what's the other question?
Can someone still golf in this weather?
You know, I would say no. Probably might make it a little slippery hitting the golf balls out there.
Perfect. And then will it hit Houston? And if it doesn't, why not?
You know, everything that I've seen so far about Houston is that it'll stay rain up there. So not really worried about a big winter storm in Houston. Most of the frozen stuff will stay up along the I-20 corridor. All right, let me go back to the radar here, and let me go back to questions here. Let's see. Megan is asking, what is ice looking like for Saturday in Denton? I think ice is going to be a concern on the roads pretty much everywhere Saturday morning. What's going to happen is whatever accumulating snow we see today will melt some Friday afternoon and then refreeze Friday night into Saturday morning. It's going to be quite cold. It's going to be in the lower 20s. So we are concerned about slick spots across the area on Saturday morning. So I would avoid doing any kind of travel until maybe mid-morning on Saturday. It's not going to be too safe out there. Let's see. Sassy's saying just rain in Forney. Mia says snow in Addison. Heavy snow in Denton, according to Mario. We got another question.
Yeah, is everything going to freeze overnight again?
Oh, I mean, from tonight? Yeah, so she's asking if everything's going to freeze. Yeah, look, we're already at freezing right now, and road conditions are only going to get worse the rest of today. So I would just stay home the rest of today. It's not worth driving out and about unless it's an emergency.
Can someone travel from El Paso to the Cotton Bowl game tomorrow?
All right, so the question is, can somebody travel from El Paso to the Cotton Bowl tomorrow? I would say road conditions are going to be dangerous. What's your opinion on that, Chip? What do you think about that?
So
I would say
that's a great question. And the answer is there are a lot of elements to get from El Paso over towards North Texas that are going to be really dangerous in nature, because what you ultimately want to do is use I-20 and ultimately move up on 20 and across through the Ranger Pass. That is a notoriously dangerous area, and that spot right now is living up to the bill.
Yeah.
There haven't been a lot of crashes in that area yet, and the roadways are just slushy right now. But when you're talking about the refreezing that will happen into tomorrow morning, that's going to be a significant factor. So I would say that's an issue. I start to wonder, it would be a real marathon drive, but you might be better off to go from El Paso and go on Highway 10 down and over towards the Kerrville area and then work your way up the back door.
So go south and kind of flank in from the south.
Exactly. And so if you're flanking this, when you look at the maps and you see everything and how it's training, it's relatively easy to get all the way up basically into the Hillsborough area, and once into Hillsborough and even up into the area through Mansfield and up towards AT&T Stadium from that direction, I think it's doable. So again, that will add a lot of time, though I really don't know if you could really drive very quickly if you were to use 20.
Yeah, and I mean,
because of the hazardous conditions.
Yeah, and I mean, my thing too is that, I mean, this is just getting started now. I mean, the worst is yet to come. I mean, we have a long way to go. We're just starting this event, and I mean, we're already seeing numerous road problems out there. So if you think it's bad now, just wait till tonight.
No kidding, no kidding. And speaking of bad conditions, over on northbound I-35 up in Denton, where we're just seeing that snow just continuing to train.
Yeah.
In low-lying areas, right by where the Buc-ee's is, State School Mayhill moving up towards Brinker, there are a ton of vehicles that are stuck in that trough and can't get traction. 18-wheelers hauling big loads, tanker trucks, and things of the sort that are, again, causing, big slowdowns in that area. And it's just indicative of what we're seeing everywhere on these icy, slushy roads.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, so my takeaway is from this, and regardless of where you're trying to drive, the road conditions are going to be dangerous the rest of today and tonight. And like I've been saying, it's just not worth going out and about unless it's an emergency.
Agreed.
I mean, I feel like that's pretty safe to say.
There's no question. This it has all of those stamps on it.
Now, Chip, do you think that there's going to be any interstate shutdowns?
If there was going to be a closure right now, areas out to our west from Weatherford out would be a concern. Driving in the area around 380 in the Decatur area, around I-35W up in that area, or I-35 period in that area, there are some conditions there. And 287, I should say, there are conditions there where I would be concerned, but they haven't closed down anything yet. I feel like with the temperatures right now, even at 30, 31, and the number of vehicles that are on the roadway, that it's going to be enough all day long to keep things slushy and not frozen. But with that noted, again, you got to use extra caution on any of those overpasses because those can refreeze quickly.
Yeah, and we're seeing it right now.
For sure.
Okay, while Chip is up here, is it a good enough excuse for someone to not go drive and visit their mom?
I'd say it's a personal question.
It is a personal question.
So,
how far is mom away?
They didn't say.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think just
the FaceTime is really cool, and using that on a day like this to communicate with your loved ones would maybe be a better thing to do than getting out on the roadways. It depends on where you are. As you continue to watch there in the majority of the screen that we're showing, you can see that distinct line that penetrates through the middle of our viewing area and points to the south. It's just simply wet. And it's up to the up north where things are just, again, more hazardous.
All right, well, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this up, and we'll see you guys back.